So that's helpful to
Yeah, it's a
get a
really cool
game
game
going.
though.
Mm.
I like it a lot. I've learned a tremendous amount about how these vehicles work. Just like I was saying the other day, the Gemini actually has tape on board because they didn't have they at that time they didn't have the technology to store data like they did in the Apollo. So they were still
Yeah.
using rolls of magnetic tape. And when you're flying the Gemini and you're in space, when you change a program, when you want to go from the program where you can maneuver around in orbit to the program where you're going to say do your reentry burn, you flip the switch
Uh,
to change the program, and then you have to wait 10 minutes literally for the program to load off of its tape reel that's built in down in under the dash. And then once it loads up, a light
yeah.
comes on telling you that now the computer's loaded up. Now you can proceed with what you want to do. That's how they had to do it.
Yeah. They didn't even have floppy disks back in the day. It's like it
Uh-uh.
sounds like almost like a roll of
Yeah,
film
just
or like
they had 8 rows, 8 different rows of magnetic tape is what they had in there.
mm,
One for each program.
yeah.
I just never had thought about that before. You know, I know a lot about stuff, but I had never thought about how the Gemini computer worked until then. I played this game and I learned, how it works.
And
So
they
when people,
they would have they would have had a lot of trouble using those punch cards with the many holes in it. Back in,
can you imagine if you had to pull a box of them out and start feeding them in up there in space?
oh,
So you drop them, they
terrible.
start floating around.
Mm.
That's funny. But it's when people say that, like people laugh and they say, "Yeah, what'd you do? Learn that off of Kerbal or learn?" Well, yeah, kind of. Like Kerbal taught me a lot about orbital mechanics, and reentry
Mm.
has taught me a lot about how NASA got to the moon. And so I learn a lot off of these games. But I try to play the games that are more realistic or have better, you know, detail in them.
Yeah, yeah. Like often it's said like the computing power they had back in the day would be able to fit in your phone, but like our phones aren't specifically programmed to launch rockets. Like we've got a very general like access the internet, make phone calls kind of thing, but it's not like you got mission control in your pocket.
Yeah.
There's a lot of programming involved. Like that's why I thought, yeah, the idea of like ancient punch cards and binary. It's like each of these steps in technology up to magnetic tape, which led to floppy disks, which led to USB drives. Just the advancement of like how we can keep information, run programs, and get systems to operate just by a flick of a switch, or even now a verbal command like Alexa, turn my lights on. It's kind of funny.
Trying to turn
It, it
I got it set to read as it tells me what to do. It reads it. The computer reads it out. I can't figure out. Trying to turn it down, but there's no slider bar to turn it down. I can't hardly hear you guys talk.
oh wow. I was going to say in Australia we're about to have the end of the financial year, which for most people means they'll get a tax return of a certain amount of money. I was thinking about that new computer purchase, whether you're going to time that for a paycheck or like an end of financial year kind of scenario where you have those extra funds to splurge on the new computer.
Crazy. So, have you ever been to that big gigantic telescope, the radio telescope they have in Australia?
Oh yeah, the film The Dish was based on one of the many satellite dishes, and I haven't been to that exact one, but when you're going for a country drive or something, we travelled to Gosford, then to Sydney by road, and you can definitely see them like
That's cool.
as you drive along the countryside. But yeah, we were visiting friends and family. It wasn't like specifically to investigate like the dish because of the movie. But I did have a friend who was pretty into space and technology and that, and they went to the um, launch silo, and they have a simulation of like performing a launch, and they're like, let me press a button, let me press a button. It's like they really, really wanted to do it.
That's cool. It would be fun though. I mean, I can imagine I'd probably be the one thing to do. I love stuff like that. I would like to see those big dishes though. I've never seen one of the big
Mm.
dishes like that in person, even from a distance, and I would like to see that. Like the ones you're talking about that you guys could see it when you drove by. That would be really cool.
So it says here the diameter is 210 feet. That dish.
That's insane, and it can move and point and everything.
Mm.
It's that big. Trying to turn this old talking off. I can't. I've got it. I had it set top, but it's so loud that I can't hardly stand to listen to it. It about blasts me out. It ain't got a on it for whatever reason. Blue Marble said that he actually got to watch an Apollo launch when he was young. He was a kid. Said he actually seen a Saturn V launch.
So the whole thing, including the building, is like 1,000 tons, but the dish itself is around 300. So yeah, it looks really spread out to capture the signals, but yeah, it's that sort of efficient parabola.
What
But it's
signals are we
basically
talking about?
Parkes Observatory satellite dish That was in one Australian film called The Dish, involving like how they were doing certain observations back in the day.
Mhm. Okay, nice.
So yeah, I just thought I'd share that picture with Cole.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean,
Yeah.
It's pretty huge. I remember I once saw a photo of a Soviet one that was also similar and it was also enormous.
Mm.
it seems like I saw this on a Veritasium video. Might have been a different one, but I've seen that round brick building before. That with all the windows in it under that satellite dish. And that's awesome. That's like, I think it's massive. But now they just built all that for show though. That's just to fool everybody.
Look at the Soviet one, it's also pretty
Mm.
enormous.
So yeah, that was able to pick up Apollo 11 signals from Australia back in the day. That's probably why they used it in a film, just to let people know their involvement in that particular thing. But it looks like it's been involved to do other analyses of things beyond Earth. Like, I don't, is built for more than one purpose of receiving, you know.
In this game, you can set random failures, and it says every 2 to 5 minutes, the game will roll a set of dice, like not really, but you know what I'm talking about. That will determine whether you get a random failure, and then also it'll do it again to determine how bad of that failure is, and you can change the setting, like 1% change of a failure to happen on each roll, or if you could set it to 5%. I guess if you felt like you was in a really crappy capsule, you could set it to 20%. Hope you survive, but that makes it fun though, because then you have to deal with the failures as they happen, just like they did in real life. Set SCE to aux. And Discord points if anybody knows what that means. Set SCE to aux.
As he still wants to talk about Russia, but is afraid to go into the voice channel because he will get cooked. The 1 million Russian casualties that was hit like 2 days ago, I believe, doesn't really work in favor of his argument of Russia winning this war.
It seems like that dish is still in operation for the Australian company called the CSIRO. That's quite prevalent for the Australians to do various things.
Text to speech. Alrighty. Now let's record it again.
Yeah, it's because my mother my grandmother's on my mother's side was living in basically central New South Wales, kind of near an outback town. So I don't think we went out of our way to see the dish, but it's like kind of cool to like be on the highway and go see signs to like if you wanted to go there, navigate to it. But I think I was like 9 at the time before she passed. But yeah, it's just interesting that like you can go to these places and they're still somewhat operational for tasks in industrial resources and science.
Hello?
What's going on?
Man, every time I see this channel, Demark is like so muted. But honestly, I ain't complaining.
D-Mock, I'm a big fan of you, man. Big fan. You hear me, D-Mock? Big fan of you, brother.
Which program shows you stars down vertically below you, like straight vertically down or horizontally forward? Like a T observatory. Comes out and it's got one telescope that way, one that way, and then one out that way. Just right on the edge cliff of Earth. Face them down. Because we need to see what the stars look like vertically downward, don't we? Which ones do those look like? I wonder if there's some new magical stars and planets just right directly vertically down right below where you're looking up everywhere. How come you're always looking up and never down? You guys don't want to see the rest of half the ball? Stars? That's weird. Just want to see one side? That doesn't make any sense at all. How come the ISS can't film any vertically downward stars? Just always sees Earth. That's pretty weird, isn't it?
You expect to see a star between the ISS and the Earth? Yeah. Go fuck off.
So no stars downward, right? No below
No
the horizon.
stars. No stars below the ISS and the Earth. That's correct.
The horizon. So there are no stars underneath Earth. Earth isn't a sphere. in a
Again,
ball
there are
of
no stars between the Earth and the ISS.
I don't know what between means, weirdo. So
Between.
downward.
That's like that would mean like
under the
Earth,
Earth.
star, ISS. ISS,
So there's not
star,
stars
Earth.
everywhere. So stars
There are no
aren't
stars
everywhere around
between.
the Earth ball.
There are no.
So there's
There are
no
no
stars anywhere around the ISS. None. Gotcha.
There are no stars anywhere. Yes, the closest star to the ISS is the same star that's closest to us right now. It's called the sun.
Called blackness. You mean the moon?
Moon's not a star.
Moon's the closer object than the sun in your book.
Moon's
Like
not
you
a
think
star.
that? Well, what kind of math makes sense with that? My thumb is bigger. My thumb is bigger than the sun now, or the same size. It must be only 400 times away, right? The distance. Let's do the math on that. My thumb size, 93 million miles, and the sun size. That wasn't 400 times the distance of my thumb. That was way the fuck more than
Are
that.
you a moron?
You guys okay?
You can't. Do you try to be
So
this
where did
dumb?
you get your
Because
size and
I don't
scale?
think it's possible
I'm
for someone
trying to be as smart as
to be
you.
honest. No, you're not. You're
Yeah,
dumber
how'd you
than
get your
fuck.
scale size?
You're the dumbest dumb. I mean, you have to try to be as dumb as you, Daymok. That you can't be natural.
Well, we're trying to be as natural as possible. You guys
No, you're
want to
not.
always
No,
be la
you're
la
not.
land.
You
No,
you
you're
are
not.
intentionally.
No
You are
stars
intentionally
downward.
being stupid. You are
Well, you're
intentionally being
intentionally not
stupid.
making it able for any kids to see what the stars
You?
look like downward.
No, not. You don't look down for your stars, moron. You look
Keep
up.
telling people that, no ball guy. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Hey,
Man.
hello, moron. Earth the moron. Come in,
Welcome to Flat
moron. Yeah,
Earth.
stars.
Guy who
Stars
can't
are
see
up.
any downward
Flat
stars.
Earth. Ha ha ha. So you look down for
If you lived
stars?
on a globe, you could see some
You look
stars
down for
downward.
stars? Oh, you look down for stars.
If
I
you
see
live,
ground when I look for
yeah,
them.
on a globe. Yeah, on a globe you do.
You're an idiot. You're a moron.
Well, show me your
You're
globe.
dumber
That's
than
not how it
dirt.
works. Show me
You're
a ball
dumber
with a
than
million
shit.
cameras around it, and show me that's not
You're
how it
dumber
works.
than fuck. You've got to be
You
stupid.
didn't make any sense.
Did
A ball
you
is
have a
my
traumatic
witness.
brain injury too? I mean,
A
I talked
3D
to a flat
sphere is
earther.
my
I
witness.
talked to a flat earther yesterday who admitted to having
We
2
don't care what
traumatic
you
brain
talk to.
injuries.
Did you talk to a ball?
And I talked to a
Ball is
flat
my
earther who
witness.
admitted to having a
Physical
traumatic
sphere.
brain injury. I
A
figured that your
physical
mama
sphere.
dropped you at least 5 or 6
And that's
times
the
on
show.
your
Like,
head.
look, there's you gotta understand. There's nothing you could do to change this position. Just say it is
That's
what
correct,
it
'cause
is.
he's dumber than fuck.
Why? No. But whether that's true or not, like you saying that, you're bringing yourself down. Like the constitution of your being. This is just my opinion. I think you're bringing. It's like a subtle form of self harm. And it's like you're not doing anything to him, but like little by little, acting like this, myself included, we like degrade ourselves. We end up like, we've seen it in everyone.
No,
Everyone starts off calm and then they become like rage, like Tony is now.
Yeah. In the meantime, though, I just argue with Daymok because it's fun. It's dumber than shit.
All right.
I mean, this guy cannot be for real.
You guys have a great night.
And by the way, being a concaver is also you can't be for real. Oh, did he leave?
The untouchable ball physics are so real, aren't they?
I'm turning you down, Daymaki. You're just done with this shit.
Yeah, the untouchable globe, so real in NASA's mind. Doesn't know how to show how an airplane flies around a ball with a toy airplane. How fucking crazy is that? How does the ISS stay 90 and fly around the ball while still focused at the ball? How come everything's view is straight down at the Earth from a 90-degree position? From a horizontal position, every flying object only has a horizontal reference and vertical reference of position. No sphere, equidistant, curvity curve. You see the bottom of a plane over here and the bottom of a plane over there. That's what you'd have to see, like a car. Bottom of this car going around the outside of my clear glass ball. Bottom of this car. Isn't that crazy? Going vertically downward from the inside perspective of a clear ball. A new neo-religion called science. A neo-gluck. And everybody's over at Geo's. I can tell you everything about a cake, but I can't tell you the ingredients. I can't show you how to make one from scratch. But I know everything about a cake. Guaranteed. Every attribute, every physicality of this spinning cake that we can't make. Spinning vacuum cake. What does it take to make a vacuum cake?
What's up, my fellow flat earthers? Hello, my fellow flat earthers. My flat earthlings.
Hello, anybody around? Hola, anybody around?
Yeah.
Ah, Demok. Oh, no. How are you today?
Pretty good.
Are you living in LA by any chance?
No.
No. Okay. I'm trying to find somebody on Discord who is living in LA who can report directly of what happens there.
Waterman Dan.
Yeah, I
Flat Earth
tried.
Dude.
I tried Dan, but he's not answering.
Flat Earth Dude too. He's pretty chill. He always goes down to Las Vegas Strip and everything, and always like has like lunch and shit.
Mm. And are
We
you living in a town with protest?
with what?
With a protest in USA. I
Well,
heard in Chicago.
I live near Chicago. If that helps you out.
Mm.
I live near
And
St. Louis and near Chicago.
mm. And
Those are
do
two.
you
There's always some protests going on somewhere around them motherfuckers.
mm. and do you feel the effect of the protest? Did you see more police, more military around?
No, no, not around me.
Mm.
Everything's pretty much regular. I mean, around where I'm at. I
Mm.
mean, so I think it's probably just sanctioned off fucking areas. Who knows? Probably some abandoned block somewhere that may look funny or something. Who knows, man? Yeah, we have to
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, you'd have to actually talk to somebody on the front line, just like the Ukraine thing.
Mm.
Like who's gets to go fly over there and film it like freelance? No one. So
Yeah,
like,
that's why I ask if somebody is living in LA or in a protest area to have a direct report.
well, I mean, it might not even be a true report, but just something, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Because whatever media, if it's left or right, you cannot believe them.
No, I don't really pay attention to the news or anything. And
Mm.
most of the time, people are like, "We want this. This should happen." I'm like, "Yeah, you got forced into that decision, though, unknowingly. Even though you think that's your freedom choice, that's your, oh, we want this. The thing you're demanding that you want, really, if you take a look in the long term, in those, like at any point in history, every fucking people have acted like they wanted has turned out to be a bad thing that we were coerced by propaganda to want, like taxation without representation. Listen here. I don't give a fuck what point in time and what generation or what world. I don't want taxed by nobody ever for not represented tax or not unrepresented tax. I don't want tax. The fuck?
Yeah, but freedom came with a right and duty. So
Well, it's free. Well, freedom means free stuff. No one has freedom. We can't go get free energy. Listen, freedom literally means you and I getting stuff from the earth, working together, and everything is free, really. Our labor, and that's it. And we're done. There's no interest in that.
yeah, but even if we were only us, it will be we will have the freedom to do anything, but it will come with duty. We will have to provide our food, our own security, our things. We will
Well,
not
right,
be
but
free.
from Earth, right, and you don't pay Earth anything, do you? You don't owe Earth a bill.
Mm.
No, we just owe each other to do it if we do it, and don't if we don't. You know, damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yes, but if we don't do it, we will die because we will have no food or anything, or we have no safety to come on to guard our area. You will
Well,
have people will be coming. We will have come
well,
on.
remember, well, you nobody gets to take anything, so don't worry about stuff. But the fastest way.
The fastest way?
The fastest way to die is to be born. So no matter what you do, if you get born, you're gonna die. Who knows when?
That's the only thing certain in life. You will die a day.
Right. So when we make all these weird choices that have no point, when we could die 3 seconds later, like what was the point?
The point after is evolution. You want normally you will have the life. It will be to reproduce and to give back life to continue. So the point is to continue life, not
Right.
your
But if
own
you
life,
die,
but the
but if
next
you
life.
die, then you're dead. Right?
Eh, no,
You can't help to continue life anymore. Do you owe
see,
anyone? Are you going to pay a bill when you're dead?
no. When
No. Do you owe
you
anybody interest?
no children, your children will continue the life. That
What
is
if you
the
didn't have
purpose.
any?
But if you don't have any, I don't see the purpose.
Right. So
Mm,
so everybody has different things going on for whatever
mm.
reality means for them. But either way, they live, they die. Once you're born, that's the fastest way to die, no matter what your circumstance is in life.
Yes.
So like to make all these great, like let's build the pyramid again. By the time you and I got started with the first 10 bricks, we died. Then the next
Mm,
10 bricks or what, who the fuck knows, whatever. What, just an example. And then all these people would be dead before it even got accomplished. And they wouldn't even have
mm.
a clue whether it even happened. So like it would be kind of weird, right? And then look at the pyramids. Did they get accomplished? Are they still nice pyramids, shined up good? No, they look like shit. So
Mm.
I mean somebody couldn't accomplish their feat ever.
Yes, but that is a problem of ah mince. What is the word in English? Idolâtre in French. It is for one man. One man, you want to have a nice pyramid to be buried in. It was for his own good, not for the good of the people. Life, it is for the good of all people. Life to continue generation after generation. And when you have, as you cite the example of the pyramid, one guy who stole all the work and life of people for his own good or his own benefit, it is not a good choice for life itself.
Nico, are you living the good life in China?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I have food, I have work, I make money. So, no complaint.
You have internet. You can talk to me every day.
I have internet, I have a VPN, I bypass the security, say that it's okay. They don't care too much about Discord and Facebook and YouTube. Sometimes Discord is working without VPN.
So no TikTok for you?
TikTok is not TikTok. It is my company. My company doesn't allow us to be on TikTok. Doesn't allow us to have TikTok on a tool we use for working. Like my phone right now, I'm using it for work also. So I cannot have TikTok on it. If I bought my own phone and I pay the phone myself, I can have TikTok on it. But I should not use it with any software that my company use.
Well, TikTok sucks anyway.
Yeah, I don't think I miss much by that. So how is it going? Mati.
I'm eating some McDonald's, so I'll listen to whoever's having the conversation with you.
Yeah. Oh no, we start to have a pleasant conversation with Demok about life and right and freedom.
Yeah, I was telling him the word freedom means stuff would be actually free.
Freedom! G-Mock, I really like having conversations with you. And I know when there's other trolls here, it's hard to do. So let me hear it.
But to say freedom is things to be free, no. You should have the freedom to sell your product. So it is your work, and people should be free to buy your product. But it should be still
Buy it
not
with
free
what?
for him. Because
Buy
it
it
have
with
to
what?
pay it.
What are they buying it with?
After you need to have, it's a committee, you will have to have money. But even before there is money, it was trade. That come on, you will give food for pelt, you give food for tool or anything. It was exchange. So if the guys, if you have, for example, you have veggies, carrot, and everything, and the guys will sell you a cow or cow meat.
Why are they doing that?
Also,
Why are they selling you anything?
huh? Because
Why are
you
they
have
selling you stuff?
because you have something you want and he has something you want, so you can exchange.
Do you have Stockholm syndrome? Do you like, hey guy, come here? You gotta follow him around or something? Like, what do you mean you gotta buy stuff from him?
Mm. Can you produce everything by yourself that you need?
What's everything that you need?
Hillary Clinton's book, the only thing you need is called It Takes a Village.
I mean, what do you need though? Like, what you need? Water.
Food, water, shelter.
What do you consider food? Everything's food around you: grass, leaves, trees, bark.
I need a pencil that won't roll off the roof. Now, how many countries do I have to go to get the supplies to make a number 2 goddamn pencil?
Well, I don't know. I don't know why you would need that. Nowhere in life do you need a number 2 pencil.
For the Scantron to work, right, Nico?
You don't need that either.
You all time you need all time something. It's in nature of
I
the
mean, so if I
of,
go to an island of people and all they drink is blood, milk, honey, and I tell them you need to eat dirt, you need to eat grass. No, you need to eat the cow. Don't just drink its blood and drink the milk from it. You need to eat that cow too. And they're like, no, we don't eat the cow. We keep the cow alive. We poke a hole in his neck and we fill the hole with poop, and then it heals over. And then like 3-4 days later, and whenever we do our thing, they get blood. Then they get its milk, and then they eat honey. They go up and climb the thing, and they sit next to the big giant bees that'll kill you if they sting you, and they get stung all day by them, and it doesn't even bother them if they get stung because they know a couple secrets that you don't. I'm not even going to tell you the secrets of that, but either way, they don't eat what you eat. Nothing you think that you need at the fucking grocery store even bothers them at all. Nothing you see on the news bothers them. Like, you need to eat this nutritionally. Your doctor said it. Fuck a doctor. They never met one. Could give a fuck less. They're all still living, all of them. So I don't know what you mean, really. And they're not paying nobody. They climb the tree, they get the honey. They stab the fucking bull, they get the milk. They squeeze the teat, they get the milk. And they live. Correct?
You know, if you let a pig out into the Amazon forest, you get the horns.
I guess so.
Well, it only takes like a month for them to start turning into hogs, right? Wild boars. Your little precious pig that you're eating your bacon from.
no, but the people they will be living away, okay. But if you come with something, because là you were just giving a telling them to leave something. No, my point was if you come, for example, you take the British when they were going around the Polynesian island and Australia, New Zealand. They were able to trade with iron tools, iron nail, because they don't have that on their island. They don't have iron on their island. So they were able to trade with that. It was
They probably
something.
didn't need it. What do you need it for? What do you need it for?
Because it
What
was
do you need
more
iron
durable.
for?
Because it was tools more durable than the stone tool. They were able to have axe.
For what?
to cut wood faster, not to spend so much time cutting wood with a stone.
What do you need wood for?
To cook your meal. They were
What
cooking
the
also.
fuck are you cooking your food for?
Because
Holy shit.
it's easier to digest for the human to
Who
cook
told
his
you
food
that?
than to eat raw meat, and it kills also
Why do you
bacteria.
believe?
You get less
Who
sick.
told you that? Do you have a 1,000-year study to prove that? Nah, you shouldn't believe all that shit. See, the guys over there that drink blood and milk and eat honey, they don't believe nothing you're saying, and it's not affecting them, and they're still all alive. And they didn't do a fucking thing that you said or any doctor told you to do. They probably don't even need dentists. Isn't that weird? They don't even need a dentist like your kids do, or you. They still got teeth at 90 years old, 80 years old, but you're going to tell them how. This is just weird to me. So no, you
Hey,
don't get
D-Mock, I'm a big fan of you, man.
Well, thanks, brother.
It's an honor to be able to listen to you in the flesh.
So, Demok.
You too, brother. I'm a fan of you. If you're a fan of me, I'm a fucking big fan of you.
I appreciate that, man. That means a lot, actually, coming from you.
So, in the 80s or 90s, it was one experiment that has been done. You have people who have been, for the experiment, living in a cave, and the only thing they have to eat, it was meat. They eat only meat for days and days.
You saw the people?
I remember the news about it and to have been read an article, but it was decades ago. So I'm not sure I'll be able to find it. Wait, can I finish?
I know, but I just want to get straight what you're saying. I just want to make sure we understand. So you have a group of people, and then they ate meat in a cave. Go ahead now.
This is why I'm a fan of you, D-Mock.
So, after a while, they were eating a lot of meat, but they were even losing weight because the meat do not give all the protein and the vitamins that they will be doing, and their body was metabolizing a lot of the meat to try to produce all this protein and vitamins they have in calories. So they were eating kilos of meat every day, but they were losing weight. That's showing that you need to have a dietary who is on a wide spectrum to have a good health, and that your body will be.
Dietary what? Hold on, my phone cut out. Dietary what? Supplements? Dietary what?
The dietary, you have to have a large type of food you will be eating to have health, to get all the nutriment and vitamin and everything that your body need to have.
What's that? What's that food?
And if you don't have, your body will pass more time digesting and metabolizing it to try to build what you don't get from your nutrition. So even if you have people who are living only with a kind of a dietary, it's not sure they have all the nutrients they have to have a good health. And that's why eating only on what your resource might be not good. You can see also the sailor when they were traversing the sea for months. You will have the scorbuts that they don't have enough vitamin and they were losing their teeth and everything because they don't have vitamin. And after they introduced from lemon, from fruits, they were getting the vitamin and they were good.
And a fruit? What's a vitamin?
Vitamin is a little chemical element that are produced by fruits and that are good.
We see what they look like and compare them to other stuff?
Yes, they are named. You have vitamin A, B, C, D. They have been named.
What do they look like?
I don't know how they look like under a microscope.
You don't know what vitamin A is?
You can search on Google. Tell you what each vitamin is made of.
So you know the secret, like alchemy of like the water, elixir, Jack LaLanne juice of life. Is that what you're saying?
No.
So what are you saying exactly?
what I say exactly is that the body to be healthy need to have a lot of different type of nutriments that you will
Well,
not
what
find in
kind? I
one
need to
that
know. You got to tell me the secret.
that you will not find in one food source. You need to diverse your food source
I'm
to
fucking
it.
asking you. Which one? What is it? What is it? What's the ingredient? What's the key?
I don't have them all in mind. You can Google it. That you will see. You will have.
The perfect drink
I,
that you just drink it or eat this one thing or whatever you put together, and that's all you need, and you'll be the most healthiest human in the world. Is that what you're saying?
not only the
What if
the
I'm
body
allergic?
the body is a
What if
complex.
I'm allergic to one of the key ingredients?
Hmm?
What if I have an allergy to your key ingredient? Then what do? I shouldn't be alive, right?
See,
You should
because
just give up, to be honest.
Yeah, it's weird, right? So if you're like peanuts will make you live forever, and I'm like, shit, I'm screwed.
yeah, but you can have another food. Will have these ingredients that you need that will make you not needed to eat peanuts.
No, but he's allergic to the ingredient itself.
I will need to have an example.
He's allergic to protein.
Guys,
So, like,
let me ask Grandpa here a quick question. Grandpa, where's your mic? I think it's a little too close here. It's bad. It's an
Oh, is this better?
really bad.
Is this better?
it's not better, you fucker.
That's way worse.
He said it's just better.
Demo, you're unmuted for once when I came in here. What's up, buddy?
Man, it's crazy. I'm
What's
teaching
up,
these
Bear?
boys what they don't know about vitamins. What is a
Oh,
vitamin?
shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
What,
Or if you're
what is a
British, you
vitamin?
may recognize vitamin.
He told me. I've had vitamin cereal before. Is that what we're talking? Pretty nasty. I don't recommend it. I mean, he said he's got the pure elixir of life. Like he said the doctor told him you got to drink this one thing and eat this one kind of meat or eat this meat and this stuff. And I said I just want the ingredients so I can just give it to everybody and everybody will never have any problems. Like,
you said Issa said that? Is that what you said?
no, the other gentleman down at the bottom,
Oh.
the other guy, not the Papa guy, the other guy that was in here. He talks like this. Say something, please.
Boy, it's a crazy day, man. Crazy day. Israel's getting after it.
But I started off by asking Paid NASA Shield if we can film any stars vertically down, just to prove we're on a ball and not a flat Earth that goes on forever.
You know that's going to be a non-starter, Demo. Come on. You know
So
it's
what? You can't. So you don't live on a ball then?
No. I'm saying it's going to be a non-starter with NASA Shill. Like,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of that way with Omni or any of you guys in a way, because if you guys are honest and I say, okay, show me or tell me in your best way how you can demonstrate what the vacuum of space is, like actually what it is and what it can do to materials and stuff like that. Like, what is the vacuum of space? You know what I mean? Like, what are the ingredients to produce this? You know, exactly so I can make one and see how it works. I can make videos on it too.
I get you. Yeah.
And they'll start talking about other stuff like buttermilk and like they're making cakes and stuff. And I'm like, whoa. And they'll be like, well, the clock says and the crystal does this and the cow goes moo. I'm like, no. We're talking about vacuum. They're like, do you know about a bell curve? Hold on, man. We're not talking about driving cars. And another thing, you can show me how a race car drives around the track, right? Yeah, that'd be easy, right?
What's the okay? So if we're doing a race car, like what's the force keeping the car on the track?
That's not the thing we're going to do, though. Since I know that you can drive, you can just show me with your fingers in a little car like Damak. A car goes around this track like this, depending on what track it is, right? How it's like a cloud or not, a circle, right? Right. So now on the ball, it's impossible to do that. So something is wrong here. If you gentlemen can describe to me everything about a racetrack and then physically get a fucking toy and show me what you're talking about for each different racetrack that's not the same, and you can physically show me how to, and then we can look at how the curves are going to hit and the G forces and everything. We can see it in action. You can't do that with the ball in a toy airplane. This is utterly ridiculous. This is the only thing you guys can't show us how something does. Everything else can be shown and demonstrated, from a fucking roller coaster to every ride at the fair to, I mean, it's just ridiculous if you think about it.
So you're equating throwing a ball in a plane to
Yeah, the ability to demonstrate what you're talking about with a physical object, because you make all these not you, just the magical claims of this force, that force, yeah, pitch, this, yeah, whatever, while staying perfectly fucking no tilt, just at a level flight. So this has to
well,
be
I
able to be
mean,
demonstrated. Yeah,
let me ask you
it's
this.
nonsense, right? If it
So
doesn't exist in
why?
reality, yeah, to a plane and an Earth, yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but like, why? So then, why are like, especially like specifically NASCAR tracks? Like, why are they angled? Do you think? Like, why
Well,
are they
that's
not
not the
flat?
point here. We're talking. Well, the point is globe. See, the thing is, if you can show me a little toy car and Hot Wheels says, "Hey, we want to describe to you how a car would go around a loop de loop," and they're like, "Shit, forget that. We're gonna make a loop de loop track and hit the little button on the car yourself at home with your kids, and you can see that, right?" So now what we need is the toy ball and the toy airplane, and we need to have Hot Wheels work on how that flies around there too, or AI or something. No, I'm
Right,
saying, like, if no
right.
human smart
Because
enough can show
we
this,
can mock up. We can
no,
mock
Hot
up
Wheels can do it, but
inside
you can't. I know Hot
the
Wheels
earth,
is smart enough to drive in a
inside
circle. Yeah, you guys don't
inside
know
the
about a
earth,
circle.
inside the Earth's
Stop
gravitational
making
field. We want to
stories up,
make
brother.
inside the Earth's
What's
gravitational
that look
field. We
like?
want
Show us.
inside the Earth's gravitational field.
How
We
do
want to
you
make
show us
another
what that is?
inside the Earth's gravitational
Let him
field.
That
finish.
makes no
We
sense.
want to make
No.
another field that'll oppose it, right?
Yeah, but how do you not imagine it? How do you not imagine this racetrack globe you're trying to describe?
It's not
It's
a
like Hot
racetrack.
Wheels.
That's the problem. The
I'd
problem is
imagine
you're
you're hot.
thinking. The
Around the
problem is
globe is just
the
like a
problem
loop-de-loop Hot
is
Wheel
you
track.
are not thinking out.
You
You're
are not
thinking
thinking
in.
about a
The
loop-de-loop, then, are
problem
you?
is you are not
The
thinking.
problem is you don't
No,
understand
I'm gonna
physics.
listen, Daymok. I am
You
just
don't
as stubborn
understand
as
real
you are.
physics and
I am
how Hot
just as
Wheels
stubborn as you
outdoes
are,
you.
Daymok. I will not be shouted
Don't get
down by
mad
you.
at
I am
Hot
not
Wheels.
intimidated by you, Daymok.
Dino,
You're
I am
just
not.
let
If
him
you are not
finish.
going to
Wheels.
give me 10 seconds to talk to you, I'm going to
Hot
be
Wheels
just as
outdone
stubborn. I'm going to
you.
be just as
Yeah, so
stubborn as
still
you,
get the
Daymok.
fuck out of here, bro.
No,
and
fuck
it's gonna
off.
call mod on you. I know
Fine,
Bendy's face is in here.
call
I don't want to
mine.
hear your
Listen,
shit,
who's
man.
ever talking to
Chill.
me? You won't
You
even
need to
talk.
get the fuck
You won't
out
even
of
talk
here.
back to me.
Just
You won't even
let
talk
All
back
I'm
to me.
Gonna
You're
come
asking
in
is
fucking
here
the
and
ball
take
in
a
a
among.
toy
shit
airplane.
in the
Among.
Ask
middle of the
I'm here
living room
talking,
where
and
everyone's trying to
now
open
you're
up
over
their
talking
Christmas
me too.
presents.
Fine. I'm just as stubborn as you, Marty.
Fuck
I'm more
you.
stubborn than you. Fuck yourself. You know. In the meantime,
I
though,
did. I already sinned today. Thank you. I don't want it again per your orders.
yeah,
let's
you
not.
can't. You haven't
I'm
fucked.
not arguing.
We're not talking about self fucking here. You know. In the meantime, though, Daymok, you can't. You're trying to imagine a globe with gravity inside the Earth's gravitational field. It doesn't work that way. Sorry.
I shouldn't have to imagine a ball you can't touch and an airplane you can't touch to demonstrate your imaginary claim. You should.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's God right now. A God ball and a God plane you can't physically make really happen. Just like a
Daymok,
little kid can drive
are
a
you for
track
real?
around the ball. Hey, little
You
kid,
can't.
show me how this toy drives around the ball. Sure. Hey, little kid, here's a
Dino.
toy airplane. Here's a ball. Show me this. Sure. You not up to the
A
task,
little
little
kid
guy?
will be able to show you.
A
The
little
problem
kid.
is that
They all
the
do
problem
it.
is,
They all
goddamn
do it. They
Daymok,
all know how
shut
to
the
touch a
fuck up
toy plane
occasionally.
and a
Listen.
ball.
Do you
All
ever
little
listen
kids
or do
can
you just
show
talk?
you.
Do
Go
you
up
ever
to a
listen
group
or
of
do you just
kids with
talk?
a ball and a
Fine,
toy
I'll
airplane and
Daymok,
ask
I'm
them to
just as
do it.
stubborn as you once again. If you want to go
Go
into
up
this
to
war,
a group of
I will
kids
be, I'll
live
talk
right
over you. If you
now,
want to talk over me, I will talk
and
over
the
you. If you
kids
want to
will
have a
fly the
discussion,
toy
just say I
airplane
want to have
around
a
the ball.
discussion.
No
And
problem.
discussion is like when you talk, then I talk, but you can't shut the fuck up. So the problem is, Daymok, that you are
Especially
either
when you
too
don't put
limited.
up or
God
show or
damn,
tell.
shut up, Daymok.
We're
Let me
asking for
talk
how
for
to
a bit.
show that.
I'm just as stubborn as you, Daymok. You
Oh,
can't
what?
show it
Not
inside the.
demonstrating nothing?
I am not going to be the
Oh,
You
you're a
cannot
stubborn
show. You
non-ball
cannot
demonstrator?
show the Earth. You cannot show gravitational
You can't show
attraction
the Earth. You can't
inside
show a
the
globe.
Earth's
We know you
gravitational
can't.
field. You
We
mong.
know you know
You are
fuck all about
stupid.
what you're
You are
talking about, but
dumber
you
than
can't show
shit.
it.
I mean, you are like.
You're
I mean,
dumb as shit,
I thought
imaginer.
people like Marty are dumb, but you are
People
even
like you
dumber.
just imagine balls in their fucking head and can't demonstrate a ball.
Yeah, I
That
know. If you
crazy?
had balls,
Go get a
you wouldn't be so
basketball and go
concerned
get a
about them
toy
all the time.
plane.
You
The
come here and
ball's
talk
already
about
made
balls all the
for you.
time.
You don't
I
have
mean,
to
just because you
imagine a
don't have any
basketball,
doesn't mean
NASA.
that everybody doesn't.
NASA, you
I
don't
mean, the
have to
fact you can't
imagine a
understand that
basketball.
you don't understand balls just
Why are
because you
you
don't have
imagining a
any.
basketball when you have one for real, NASA? Why?
In the meantime, though, like I said, the basketball is a good representation of the globe. It doesn't have the gravity of the globe because guess what? It's not big enough.
Neither does your fingers, coordination, or brain. So you
Look who's
can't
talking.
demonstrate what gravity
Look who's
means or
talking. The
what you're
dumbest
talking
fuck
about.
on the planet
Hell
is
is
here
dumb
talking
thinking
to
Demo,
you.
let me
trash.
ask you.
Oh,
Demo, let me
shit.
ask you a question, Demo. What do you? Because I've actually never heard this from you, but like, what do you think keeps you on the ground? And like, you jump up and you know land on the ground. Like, what are you a
On
buoyant
flat Earth, we
guy?
just stay where we're at. We don't have to worry about all that what if dog fucking shit. You're on flat Earth. Don't
Yeah,
worry about all that
we
dumb
don't,
shit.
we don't
Don't
know.
worry about it.
Yeah,
Don't
don't worry
worry
about it.
about
We don't know.
nonsense that doesn't exist. I'm not
Yeah,
going to
don't worry
give
about
you more
nonsense
fucking
that we can't
religion.
explain.
I'm going to tell you
let me
to
ask you
jump
this.
up and go right back to the dirt you jumped from. Why do you need
I
a
was worried
religion?
today, D-Mock. Please let me ask you. I gave
Give you something to
my
believe in.
1977 pennies to the weed store. Should I have saved the 1977 pennies?
You
I
should
saved
save
the
all your pennies because they're
1964.
going to make them obsolete.
Donald Trump, he's gonna say goodbye to Mr. Lincoln, and he's gonna go out right away, not 3 days later after they shot him in the theater.
All the copper pennies you should save, yes.
What is
They're going to be
Demo? Are
worth
you
4 or 5 times worth their weight. Sorry, go ahead.
no? Are you a Christian?
No, I don't know what the fuck a Christian is, man. All this stuff
No,
you guys
yeah.
keep saying are just words that somebody gave you to jump on the fucking bandwagon to just say, hey, man, I'm smarter than you because I know this term. Now
I'm
I'm a
not
Christian.
saying that.
Wait, you don't know what a
Hold on,
Christian is?
I want to tell you this, though. The thing is
I'm not saying
everything you guys say, like, you got to listen to this because you're not going to make no sense until you understand this. An electrician is a whole species of people. They have their own language, whatever. That's what that does. They indoctrinate you for what? Drywallers,
Electricians are a different
plumbers,
species.
electricians. Yeah. They have their own language, an
Wow.
electrician. They have their own Bible, the electrician Bible, their own book, their own way to talk, their own phrases. Same with a doctor, same with a surgeon, same with a
The
lawyer.
doctors are different species.
Yes, the species they teach themselves to be the doctor species. That's why you get
The
a
doctor
PhD
species.
and you're a part of the
Okay,
doctor
what
species.
happens when the
So you
doctor
get
species
certified
marries an
as a
electrician
mechanic.
species?
What happens if you stop talking over people, bitch?
Look
Now,
who's
so
talking
if
about
you're a
talking over
certified
people.
yeah, I'm
No, me.
talking. You keep talking over me. Yeah, look
Look
who's
who's talking about talking
Yeah,
over
we know. I
people.
pointed that
Oh
out
my
clearly.
God! Talk about the pot
Okay.
calling the kettle black.
No one likes
Only
you.
Oh, fuck off, Marty.
1900.
Marty, you're talking. No, Marty's talking over me too. Great, congratulations, Marty.
I know, but
Do you
NASA,
have
come
a
on.
ball
You know what
handy
you're
or not? Did you go find out what a ball in an airplane were yet? Fuck,
saying.
dude.
Demo. Just like, what was your like? You're saying that everybody has their own what? Like, just finish the thought.
Their own indoctrinated form of speaking a whole new language when you go to that school.
Okay,
So for
gotcha.
4 years,
Okay,
7 years, 10 years,
let me ask you something. Then. Can I
yeah,
ask you something?
but you understand that, right? Like, so if
I
you go,
do.
like when you went to the military, you had to learn all this shit that had nothing to fucking do with your life at all. These words, phrases, sir, captain, this, do this in this day, click your feet, this,
Okay.
all this shit. You became a new species of what they taught you, a new group of people.
New
All
species.
right.
Is that like
So
evolution?
Shut up, nerd.
we'll ignore the species comment for now. But like, okay.
You know what I
So
mean.
Demo,
You understand what
yeah,
I'm saying.
Demo, yeah, I do. But where
Wait, I don't.
where did you get yours from? So where did you get
Getting
yours
one.
that
I don't want one of those.
all this is
I don't
wrong
want that. I don't
and
want to
all
be
this
that
is
species. I don't want someone to tell me I have to go by this set thing that they gave to me that I don't give a fuck about, and I'm not the one that brought it up. So if I'm a human with a brain that can discern things, I can be my own scientist. I can be my own Newton. I can be my own motherfucking Einstein. I can be my own anything. Now, if I don't know how to do something, I feel like somebody does know how. I go up and say, show me how to do that with your hands. And they show me and I do it. There's no other way to explain that. So I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't need to be. If people say, "Hey, what do you believe? Believe." I don't. There is no fucking. What am I supposed to for? Why would I? If I don't
so
see it and I don't experience it, why the fuck do I gotta believe or know this other dumb shit?
so you don't see it or you don't experience it, then it's not real.
Yeah, crazy new words that mean the same thing 100 different ways and times just to confuse every little kid. So I can say one word and you guys will be like, "What the fuck does that mean?" Because it's got 87 meanings.
Well, let me ask you something.
Can you give an example? I want to hear that word.
It.
Okay.
Huh?
Let me ask you this,
It.
Demo.
God.
Kid?
It. IT.
IT? It?
IF. That.
Okay.
CHAT.
So just
There.
like pronouns?
Well, look over there. What the fuck's that mean? Do you know where I'm pointing to? Do you
Well,
know
that's
where
what
I'm
that's
talking
like
about?
the definition of a
I
pronoun, no?
just told you what I'm talking about. Do you understand it or not? Do you comprehend what I just said or not?
I know what you said, yeah.
Go read up on it. If you do, we can move on.
No, I
so
get
if
it.
I said it's over them their hills, the hills self-identify
What hill?
as
Where?
whatever they want. Them, their own. Like you said, you're your own God. You can self-identify, right, Dima?
Basically, you're making your own shit to be whatever the fuck it means, and nobody knows the wiser. So you change all the language. Yeah, it's like a new religion. Each thing is like a new sect religion, a religion of drywall, a religion of auto mechanics. And when it's just, hey man, trial and error. Do you know how to do this? Hey, come over here and help me put this chain on. You don't need all the fucking mumbo jumbo. Hey, come here and help me put this dude's heart in. You don't need all the mumbo jumbo. Like it really, trial and error is it, brother.
So let me ask you this, Demo. Have you ever done a like? I know you got a family because we hear them in the background all the time. Have you guys gone on vacation before to a place you've never been?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you know it was real?
I don't even know what that means.
Like, no, I'm actually asking you. Like, how did you know it was real? That you
I
were
don't
going
even
to
know.
go?
I don't know what that means. What you're saying?
Well, because what you're saying all the time is like, how do you know this is real? How do you know
Are
this
you
is
making
like?
a new religion for us to
No,
like?
I'm not making a religion, bro.
So what
I'm
is
asking the
religion?
question.
Yeah, it's a what
Well,
is
I know I
religion?
went to. You go to Disneyland as a kid, you don't remember it, but you picture.
Well, no, but like, here's the point. If you're
I
taking
mean,
your
you're
family,
saying,
right?
hold on, wait, you're acting like.
We're gonna go to. Let me finish, Demo, and then you can go. I promise.
Okay.
But if I'm gonna take my family, right, and I'm just saying, fuck it, let's go to this place we've never been here before, right? I have this belief that it's real, and then we go there, and I'm like, oh shit, it's there. You know what I mean? So like the argument that you always have, which look, I'm empathizing with you a little bit, right? Is like this
Try
shit's
that with
not
a
real.
treasure. You might not get so lucky. It might not be
But
there where the X is. Just saying, like everything's not what you're thinking though. But go ahead, brother.
no, I'm just saying, like, just because you don't experience it doesn't mean it's not real. Like
And it's
that's
a
the whole
treasure
point.
that you don't know exists. You heard of this long lost treasure. The X is supposed to be somebody lost a map,
And
somebody went along this path, followed their path, get lucky. You find a treasure, lo and behold, it wasn't that treasure. Find another one, it wasn't that. Find another for 8,000 years, and then somebody finally finds that treasure somewhere, not where they thought. I mean, what are we talking about?
okay,
It doesn't really
no.
matter what you think ahead of the way or what the fuck.
Well,
When you go, it
exactly.
happens.
That's
It
what's
happens.
fun.
If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's the only thing I can
That's
say. Trial and error, brother. Like I said, trial and error.
exactly. That's what
Right.
science is,
But
Demo.
you can't
That's
trial and
like
error a
why,
sun. You can't
Demo.
trial
That's
and
what.
error your way to the moon. You can't do that. We can trial and
No,
error together to any place on the dirt our feet touch. That's trial and error. The moon's
okay.
not trial and error unless you can go there right now. If you can't go
I'm
there and I can't go there, we have to believe someone's story that they can, and we can't watch them the whole fucking way. Somehow we can't see their ship. We can see 93 million miles with our eyeballs. Somehow we can't see their fucking spaceship with zoomed in stuff. Something ain't right. ISS 250 miles closer. Can't see shit. Come on, brother.
so I'll give you the point on the moon part about like yeah, because even Japan
That's real
finally
tangible.
satellite over. It was a little blurry. I get it, but like take the moon out of it, right? Like I'm just like trying to like break it down from its
I
simplest
never
part.
asked if the place exists or not. I said, you guys want to go here where this map's got this pretty picture of? Yeah, well, here's the way it says to go. Who the fuck knows? Does that street exist? Damn, it looks like First Street exists. It looks like I fucking 22 exists or whatever. So we're on it. It says I'm I-22. I don't know. We're taking the word for everything that I thought of. Every marker is a marker in a curve and shit like
So
that. You don't
you're
even
so
know
you're
that.
willing. That's what I'm asking. So you're willing to do
You're
that?
taking, hold on. The
No, no,
big
no.
thing here is you don't know where you're actually going. You know where the place is, you know where it's put on the map, you know what it's shown to you, you know the cartoon, just like I do. But where are you
Yeah.
at in the bigger scheme of things? Like South Pole and North Pole. Where are those from your location? Can you actually get there from every direction? You know, the bigger scheme of things is what I would be
Well, I
worried about
mean,
for what ifs.
the thing is like people have gone to those places, and if you have the
What?
resources, you can do it
Well,
yourself.
you can go there too, then, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Well, then, as soon as you get there, we're good.
I mean, that was the whole point of TFE
Well,
and
I'm
why
saying
they
I'm
did
with
that.
you,
You
brother.
know
As
what I
soon as
mean?
somebody goes to that place, we'll say,
They did.
okay. And then if I can go there too, then I have to believe that. Now, if I can't go there or I haven't went there, then I don't need to fucking believe it, and I don't have to. Nobody cares.
But you're willing to take your family to a spot for a vacation that you've never been to.
Yeah, I'm not taking them to the moon, brother. I'm not
I'm
telling you
not.
I'm going to somewhere fantastic.
I'm just keeping. I'm
The
keeping
Earth
it on
is
the
not a
globe right now.
fantastical place to go on anywhere on this dirt, no matter whether you know where the fuck you're going or get lost or not. You're just going along the dirt. That's what I'm trying to tell you, no matter what you're trying to say. Now, the moon. Now, can we go somewhere that's a if place that you're talking about? The real if place. The
Well,
fucking
no,
moon.
right. Well, you're changing the
See,
subject,
because
and I don't
no,
want
you
you.
are,
I'm
because
trying,
Earth is not based on the if. You
Demo. I'm
can go
just trying
on
to
Earth dirt.
understand how
You
you
can
think.
call Earth dirt China over there if you want and say, I went to China.
Look, I'm not trying to prove you wrong or anything like this. This is just
It's
me
not
trying to
about proving me
understand
wrong.
how
It's
you.
about proving yourself right about being able to go to the what if places,
I'm
not the
not.
place
I'm
that
not
we can
trying to
go to.
prove myself right, Demo. I'm not.
What is your point if we can go to the places we're talking about on Earth? They're not helping with the places we can't go, are they?
Well, no. Like
So
it's
what's your
like
point?
my
I
point
want to know
is
about the
you.
places we can't go, that you
But
and I
there
can't
isn't.
go.
There's nowhere that you can't go. Like that's
You
a
can't go to
statement.
Antarctica and the South Pole. The directly on the thing called the South Pole, then fly above it and watch the Earth spin yourself live. I want to see that. That's the thing you can't personally do. You believe all that shit about it. Everything that's entailed, you believe. You don't have to till you
If I
fucking
went
go.
if
Until
I
you
went
go, why would you believe the shit?
if you or I went online and had the financial resources, we could easily do what they did, that Jaron and Whitsitt and all these other guys went down there and did. We could do that. You know what I mean? We could.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So like that's the whole point. Like I
That's
get
not
it,
what I
but
said at all. Listen, I didn't say go to a if word or a there, which doesn't make any fucking sense, Verdak. Please act like you have some common sense and you're an adult in this conversation. I'm talking to the thing called a South Pole. That means fucking live. Your whole trip filmed live, close enough to the fucking ground, pathed around Mount, whatever you got to do that we know the topography, we know the exact path you're fucking taking. We can record it, the places, the stuff
didn't they do
ourselves.
that? Did they
No,
not do that?
who? Did they go north? Did they get there from the north? No. So once we go north to the South Pole, that's what I'm asking for. Find the North Pole, fly above it, watch the Earth spin, then fly back down a little bit, then take your ass off directly north still and go to the South Pole. And you'll be good to go. And then we'll see this live. Other than that, the South Pole's a story, and so is the fucking North Pole, and so is the globe. That's
So
what would
you
prove
don't.
a globe. That you got back, and actually wouldn't even still prove a globe. It would just prove that you went to those places along a flat plane if you could. The globe has to be proven by you going up in the air above the North or South Pole and watching the Earth spin around underneath you. That would at least say we're spinning and moving. Because even going to places on flat Earth isn't going to prove it's a globe. Unless the detail of a fucking attribute of a sphere pop off somehow and you convert it
Well, I
upside
mean
down.
that logic. That
Well, yeah.
logic
Well,
says
how
that
do
it's
you
not
get
going to
around a
prove it's
ball?
flat.
How do you fly a helicopter around a ball without being able to see down with the Earth underneath? How can the Earth still be underneath you if you're flying out past it to fly around it? Show me what
That
that means. You see, you don't even comprehend what a fucking ball is.
that doesn't matter whether it's flat
What
or
doesn't matter?
spherical
What are you
based
not
on the scale.
demonstrating? What doesn't matter? The thing
No.
I'm asking for, the flat earthers
Demo.
asking for one thing from a glober, the one thing, a helicopter to be have a camera on the bottom of it while they fly it around their toy, and they'll see exactly what I'm talking about. A helicopter, a little fucking drone toy helicopter with 3 cameras, one facing up, one forward, one down. The little mini cameras, you know the ones. And then we'll see how the fucking helicopter flies around the sphere in its perspective from a human looking down, forward, or up. and then you'll see what I'm saying. No globe in front of you, no globe below you for a certain percentage, no globe above you, just globe behind you.
What
Have
about
you
in
ever
front
A
of me?
real helicopter would do around a real ball. Now, do we have those shots? No, that's what you need, brother. Go work on only that. Not whatever you keep trying to push off as your dog shit. Nobody's got to buy what you guys keep making up that's not evidence for anybody but you. We need our evidence for a physical attribute of a fucking sphere to happen, not fucking cornbread stuff that you guys just make up that makes no fucking sense to nobody about nothing with no physical stuff being done.
D-Mock, I love you, man.
I mean, I love him too. It's hard to follow his logic because he's not
No,
answering.
it's hard to
I know,
follow
but dude,
your
it's so
logic.
funny.
Your
I love
guys
it.
are the ones that can't demonstrate how a helicopter's flying around a ball. This is the thing we're trying to do here, guy. Stop trying to play the reversal role because you don't have a ball in a helicopter. It's hard. It's hard for any human in the world to ever fucking understand what you guys are talking about when you physically can't demonstrate it. All
Wait,
of you
but why
have
is it not hard though? Why do most people think the Earth is a globe?
Doesn't
Why do you
matter
think
what
that
they
is?
think.
No, I'm just saying though. Why do you think that is?
Because they're retarded. Fucking retards are retarded. They believe Superman really has powers. They believe Bigfoots and aliens are real. Do they got one? No. Why? Why do they believe it then?
Wait, what is real then though?
What you have. Stand next to me and we'll fucking punch each other in the face. We
Are
can touch,
clouds
we can
real?
feel, we can test, we can do. That's real. Can we touch it? Can we wave our hand in it? Is it something
Are
like air?
clouds real, D-Mock?
Can you wave your hand in one? Can you go play in one? Yeah.
Well, you could fly through one and you
Can
could kind of see what
you
it is.
stand on the curve of Earth? Is the curve
No,
of
you could.
Earth
I
real?
just flew a couple
It's the
days ago.
curve. Now stop changing it. Now we're going. Now fuck a cloud. We just said we can touch them, weirdo. Now
Well, no, I said we
the
flew
curve
through
of
it.
Earth. Now
You
stop,
could see what
brother.
it is.
Hold on, brother. Stop. The curve of Earth. Can we touch it?
Yeah,
Go
I mean, you
stand
could
right
touch
on
the
the curve
ground,
of
I
Earth.
guess.
No, stand on the curve of Earth. Surely you got to stand on the physical thing that's curving, right? You got to be able to touch that thing, right? If it exists, like China, like vacation. You guys
Well,
got
I mean, imagine
right?
standing on a really
Also,
big
now
ball. Could you
Globers don't
touch the
gotta go to
curve?
their spot. Globers can't. No curve. It's cool.
But use your imagination.
No, fuck your imagination.
No, but
gonna
I'm
go
saying, like,
physical
in your
location.
head, imagine you're on a really big ball.
No.
Where
you
would
weird
where
fuck.
would the
That doesn't
curve
make
be
any
on that?
sense. It doesn't make any sense. Imagine you're on a big flat plane. Now
No,
demonstrate it.
I'm just saying though.
I'm just
Imagine you're
saying,
on a
show me
big
how a
ball.
big
Where
flat
would the
plane works
curve be?
like a ball. Show me how your horizontal's confused with my flat earth somehow when they're nothing alike. We don't have no gravity here. We don't got no space around us. We don't got no fucking underneath. We don't got stars above no certain altitude. Nothing about your fucking retarded shit. We don't got a vacuum. We don't got none of that shit. No dark matter.
I
None
love
of
this
that
guy.
dog shit. So when you got your dog shit ass fucking idea and you guys don't even know how a fucking flat hallway works for perspective, you're sunk. You're just sunk.
Is that how a sunset happens?
Sun doesn't set anywhere. Sun doesn't go vertically down anywhere, helicopter. Listen, how does the sun go down like a fucking elevator? Show me that, stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a question for you, I think.
No, it's a question for you. You're the one saying it
Why,
drops.
wait, why is that a question for me? It's not going down. You know it's not actually going down, right?
That's what I just said, idiot.
No, I know. Well, I mean, it appears like it's going down. I mean,
No,
you
it's
understand the
not.
difference,
Not
right?
No fucking, no, there ain't no elevator, son.
Oh, okay.
It's not going down. I'm saying it's going that way. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Wait, what way is it going,
is a
though?
fucking
Doesn't it look like
retarded
it's
word.
going down?
Don't say the word set. Say the sun goes that way.
The sun goes down? So where's it going to? It's just hitting the floor?
Slow down. The sun goes that way, motherfucker.
Yeah, but haven't you seen it? It goes down.
Listen, brother. Listen, that way. Go fly in a helicopter and let's see where it goes.
Have you ever seen a sunset, D-Mock?
Give me a side view of the fucking sun dropping down like a fucking elevator, weirdo.
You want a side view of it?
Yeah, you dumb fucking
I don't know if that's
one-dimensional
possible.
computer living motherfucker. We don't live in a computer. Your life isn't one dimension forward, is it, retard?
Wait, but have you seen a
So
sunset?
you
Yes
don't
or
have
no?
a side of a house as a side of reality. You don't look at the TV the way I do. You look at the side of it.
It's
You get
sad.
the front view of the side of the TV.
You should go to the
black
beach,
part,
D-Mac.
red part.
I'm sure you have a
Gentlemen,
great
look
beach
at the
body.
red part of the TV, not the face of it, to see what's going on. He'll never know what a side view is.
Get a nice tan at the beach,
A
D-Mock.
TV is.
It'll be
you don't
nice.
See the beach on a TV without a side view.
You could see the beach on a TV without a side view.
Yeah,
What do you
how
mean?
do you watch a
No, don't watch
ball
the
game?
beach on the TV.
How
Go
do you
to a
watch
beach
basketball game without a side view?
by going to the game.
There ain't no side view. They don't sit no seats on the side of the court.
Are basketball games not real?
Do you what? Are side views real? We're talking about side views, you slow motherfucker.
What do you mean a side view?
On the
Like you
basketball
could see the
court,
side
you
of
have
it?
people in the front. You have
Yeah.
people on the back side. You have people.
So
on
who's
the
in
left
back of the
side, you have
sun
people on
where
the
you
right
want a side view of the sun?
So when you stand there and look like a fucking retard, we need somebody on the side of you, another retard.
So you
who
want
doesn't
someone
know what you're
behind the
talking about,
sun showing
with
what that
nothing
looks like?
dropping, no boat, no sun, no helicopter, no plane, no jet.
Wait, but I
no
just want to know what you're asking for. You want
Brother,
someone
go back to
behind the
school.
sun taking a video or something?
Go ask somebody. Go ask one of your neighbors. What's the side view of my house mean? Say,
Yeah,
what is a
because I would be
side view?
standing next to your
Go
house.
ask everybody. What's a side view? I don't know. It's complex. Are you okay, brother?
No,
I'm
Demo.
good, man. How you doing?
What is a side view? I'll never know. What is a side? What is the side of something? I'm looking forward. I could never imagine someone on the side of me.
So okay, so you do want someone to be on the side of the sun. I just wanted to make sure I knew what you were talking about.
There's no sides to anything. Don't give me a side of this.
So where does the
side view
sun
comes
goes?
in when you pull up at the drive-through window and you
Demo,
see
hold on a
everything they're
second.
doing in there. Go ahead, brother.
Demo, yeah. So when the sun goes that way,
Yes,
right,
sir.
regardless, it goes away. Where's it going?
That way. I'm saying, brother, when we're standing here next to each other, what else? What else do you fucking see?
So where does it
What
go?
with a human sitting right here? If I
It
ain't
goes
chasing
there.
I'm not chasing it. I only see it till it's nighttime.
Are you just?
I don't see it anymore. You're asking me. What can you see as a human that I don't see?
Are you fucking
That's
with
what
me,
we
bro?
need to all discuss here. In
Are you messing with
reality,
me?
as your view of what you see for science, we see the same thing. Sun come, sun go. No more sun.
Right,
Now,
yeah.
now
You're
what to do?
experiencing it.
What to do would be a religion. Who the fuck
No,
cares what
hold
it
on.
do? We
You're
know what it did right then. That's what we
you're
have the perspective and the proof of, right?
No, you're
You don't
experiencing
have to
it,
prove the
which is
sun goes left to right in front of your view.
hold
Or in
on,
front of
dude.
your
Hold on. You were saying that I can't physically go there. I can't experience this thing, so it's fake.
Go where?
But now we're talking about like the sun
Where's
setting.
the sun
You
going? Where do you
experience
see it
that.
go?
Why is that fake? Like, you know
Why
what I mean?
can't you see where the sun goes is the question. If you jumped in a jet and chased it everywhere and passed it on the ground and shot little dots down to let us know where it's going over the dirt.
Have you ever taken off at sunset on an airplane?
Have you chased the sun the whole time, wherever it goes?
All I'm saying
You
is,
chase
have you
it
ever
in
done that?
Antarctica for 24 hours around in a circle and then back to the North Pole?
No, Demo, I'm
then we're
asking
lost
genuine.
here. Then all you know
Okay.
is all you're doing is making shit up that you didn't do. Or
No,
not.
so I have taken
So we're
off.
standing here in
International-
reality.
Listen to me.
No,
Listen
you
to me.
haven't flown nowhere and
I
done
have-
shit like that.
I got on an airline plane, right?
And you
I flew out
followed
of
the sun
Nashville.
around the North Pole and South Pole.
No, I'm not saying that.
And what
but
the fuck
it
are you
was
talking
sunset.
about? And where does it go?
It was sunset, and when the plane took off,
doing,
we gathered elevation. The sun came back in.
What's that mean?
It just was there.
What's that mean?
Well, the sun went down, and then it came up because we increased
Sun
in
doesn't
elevation.
go down. Sun doesn't go down.
What
You
happened?
don't have a side view.
It
of no
appears to go down.
You don't have a side view of anything dropping vertically. Stop fucking saying the word down until you get a side view of something dropping vertically. That is what down means. You get in an elevator, you go down. You get in a train, you go that way.
I'm talking about
They're two
perspective.
different things. Now,
all I'm
the
saying is
elevator sun is what you're trying to prove, right? that we have a sun that goes that way and stops and put on its fucking brakes and then goes down like it's a square and then goes back
No.
that way for somebody else's view and then up again and then back that way like a fucking square around the ball.
I'm not saying
That's
that
pretty
at
weird
all.
to
I don't
say,
know.
isn't it? How
I
could
don't
you
know where
vertically drop as a sun anywhere if you're in a fucking fixed position? The sun's supposed to be sitting still last time I checked. So somebody ain't fucking talking right. Is the sun moving that way or is the earth moving? Somebody ain't talking right here. I'm lost. Because in my thing, the sun moves. And I see it. You and I watch it. Now, do you have proof that the earth is the thing moving and not the fucking sun? Not the sun. Do you have close proof that the sun ain't moving nowhere with the ISS? The sun being in a fixed fucking position.
But what about in the morning when
Do
it
you have
rises?
the sun in a fixed position from the ISS?
But what do we say when the sun rises? If when the sun
Do you
sets, you
have
say it's
any
the
evidence
sun went
of
that
the
way.
sun? We're
Is
talking
it the
about that
sun
right
came
now.
this way?
We're looking
What
for
is it?
evidence.
No,
Physical
I'm just asking. What
evidence
is it?
of
Is it
the
the sun
sun.
came this way?
Stop talking story nonsense, bitch. We're all gonna get off the stories. We're gonna get the fuck off stories. Have you ever filmed the sun sit still? Anybody? High altitude.
What are you talking
About
about?
chasing something that's supposed to be sitting still. I'm not buying it. Now, stop fucking telling me what you guys keep your religion is. My religion is don't believe your religion. None of them until we go do it together. Like Jack and Jill up the fucking hill. Get a fella water, broke our crown, tumble down. I don't give a fuck. Till death do us part, motherfucker.
Demo, fucking come on.
I know you guys just want to hope and pray people are just telling you right shit. I fucking hope, Jimmy. Uncle Bob told me Santa
It doesn't have anything to do with that.
I
Like,
know
I don't
you guys are
understand.
fucking
Like,
died when Santa Claus was fake. You guys
you
fucking
know,
probably I don't know how you guys didn't all commit like okey dokey because fuck man, how could you take it? How could you take your whole fucking Santa Claus being taken away from you and not being real? Same as your ball. Just shut up. Santa ain't real, neither is the ball.
it's all
I
good.
get it, brother. I get
All
you want
good.
to cope. I get you don't know what to say or what to show me. I get you
No,
can't
it's not.
show
It
me your
doesn't have
footage.
anything to do with that. It's just
Brother, if
about
what
being
you're saying
civil with
made you
each
sense,
other. That's
military
all it is.
guy, you would be the first
No,
person to get me footage of the fucking sun sitting still. First one.
dude, it's just
Who else would
a
get it?
simple conversation. That's
Department of
all it is.
Defense
It
has all
doesn't
the
mean
information of all that. They're the ones that give it to
your
NASA.
mind is getting. I
So
know.
the
All
Department of
your
Defense
snaps is
won't
a
even
fire,
show
and you
you
can get
guys
it.
footage of the sun sitting still, neither will NASA. So
No.
you guys believe that NASA can prove stuff to you, and they got an ISS up there that's moving, but you can't see the sun sit still while it moves away and goes back to it and moves away and goes back to it. You can't see that. You see the sun moving, don't you? Crazy, huh?
But Demo, do you not understand?
Why
Like
do you
the
see the
logic?
sun
Do
moving
you
when you
not?
guys claim it's sitting still? Is the question.
Let
What
me
you're
let me
asking?
ask you
Something
a
not to
question.
do with it. Hopefully, it's
Demo.
got
Why
something to do with
why are the
the sun.
trees moving when I'm driving?
Brother, do you have footage going up in the air, high altitude footage of your fucking balloon or drone sitting still and the sun sitting still with it? While
Wait,
the earth
answer the
is
question
underneath?
though, dude. Why
That's what we're
why
looking
are the
for,
trees
kid.
moving when I'm driving?
Don't nobody give a fuck what you're talking about, cheese whiz. We're looking for the sun or the
Demo.
moon to be sitting still.
Demo.
No, not demo. Sun and
Yeah,
moon.
I'm
See, this is
asking
what
you.
happens.
I'm
Now I'm going to
asking
get
you a
muted because
question.
you guys can't put up your part of the deal. Now, fucking flat
I'm
earthers, I'll
asking you a
prove all
question.
your shit, flat earthers, but these motherfuckers can't even
No
prove
one's
the sun
saying
is
that.
sitting still.
No
I
one is saying
am. I am.
that. Okay, well, calm down. All right, just
Motherfucking
calm
flat
down.
earthers and globers prove your shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you hear me?
Can you
I'm
just
saying
calm
that.
down? Can you calm
There's
down?
nothing to be calm about. This is a common sense fucking sentence, brother. If your parents were sitting there and they're like, tell me the truth, don't tell them calm down. They're saying one word to you. Tell the truth. Do you
You won't let
comprehend that?
anyone else
Do you
calm down.
comprehend what that means?
I totally get it. Totally get it.
Okay, now you get
All
it.
right,
Don't say
but
you get it.
you got to
No.
answer my question.
So there is
Like,
no
why?
question to answer. You guys need to prove stuff. That's it. All your fucking claims need to be laid out on the table. Don't ask no questions to fucking random people. Don't go up to the guy at the store and say, hey, random guy, how does the sun work? You guys are supposed to have that info for him. You guys are supposed to have the proof for him. Bring him the proof and he don't have to worry about the fucking dog shit nonsense of talking to you about what you imagine. Why are you guys imagining shit you can't go prove? Go
I
up
wouldn't
in a
listen
high
to the guy at the
altitude.
gas station
Go up
anyway.
in
He's
a
usually
high
wrong.
altitude thing. New York boy who says he's going high altitude all the time and show
But
us
I
the sun and
offered
moon
you
not
this,
move.
and you told me it wouldn't matter
Sun
if I
and
didn't
move,
make
not
you a
move.
ball in a
And you
bucket in a
don't have
lab
no
from
high
8 inches
altitude
of
footage
dirt
in
in
that
your
North
backyard.
Pole, South
So
Pole.
I'm not going to waste my money
Ain't North
to
Pole,
make you
South Pole.
happy when it's not going to make you
Yeah,
happy.
Glover ain't gonna do shit to prove
It's not
nothing.
going to
You
make
know.
you happy, so I'm not going to bother.
I just
Why
told
bother?
you what to make me happy. Proof of the sun not moving.
Denmark, I've already
Now
decided
shut
that
the
we're
fuck up,
never going to
weirdo.
meet the
Quit
Denmark
acting like you didn't hear my
regular proof.
sentence, little kid. Goldfish.
I'm just laughing at
The
you.
moon and the sun. Why? Because you're retarded and you believe in balls. You
Dima,
can't even hold
Dima,
and
don't be
demonstrate
mean.
yourself.
Yes.
You're not
You're
even
having
smart
a
enough to show yourself how an airplane flies around
Dima.
the ball.
I believe science. Yes.
Yeah, cool belief, cool religion, neo-religion, boy. Science,
No, I
new
have a religion too. Like you can
religion
have
of a
both
good
of those
choice.
things.
Religion
Those
of
things
I hope.
aren't mutually exclusive.
Hey, at least you admitted to it.
Huh?
Hey, at
serious
least you admitted
question.
to it.
I'm
Why
gonna
do
go
you
back
think?
to my book because you're crazy.
I would love to know the name of that book, but why do you think the moon goes through phases, Demont?
Why do you think you have no footage of what any moon's doing? You don't even know what a moon is. Shut the fuck up. Why do you guys just keep asking dumb shit?
We showed you the moon through a telescope, like a really nice one.
What is the
Chief-O put it
moon?
up on the
What is the
screen,
moon?
and you
What is the
yelled about
moon?
moon
What are you
dragon.
looking at through a telescope?
Like, what do you want me to do? Like, you
What are we
wanted a
looking at?
moon
The moon
dragon.
came from the earth. Surely you can go get a piece somewhere. Like gold, right? Gold
I
exists,
told you,
right?
you can go to the
So if you said the
Smithsonian
moon's made of
Institution
gold and the
and
gold
touch
came
a
from
moon
Earth,
rock, Demon. Demon,
you
I
don't know what
can't
a
get
moon
the moon
rock
rock
is, you
from them and
retard.
bring it to you. They won't allow that. But you can go to the
They won't
Smithsonian
allow a
Institution
piece of
as an
dirt
American and
that
touch it
exists
and
on
say,
Earth.
yeah, moon rock.
They won't allow this guy to touch a piece of dirt that came from Earth that's still
Well,
on
he
Earth.
can
So no
actually
changes
touch it.
to
You
it.
just have to have like
Google
you
what the
know,
moon is made out of, and
an
you can go get
experiment
the
you're
same
doing with it, and you
shit.
have to submit it to the
Google
Smithsonian, and
what
it
the
takes a
fucking
while.
moon is made out of. Go get the same ingredients right now, you dumb fuck. And let's
Basically,
see the
basalt.
magic.
We know
Let's see
this.
the phases.
Basalt.
Stop making excuses. Go get it. Go get some.
Basalt is any volcano. Yeah, it's there. Cool.
So go get it and let's see how it changes phases, you weird bitch.
Okay, but you observe the moon
Back your
phasing
fucking
changes every
claim,
night,
weirdo.
like right?
Back your claim, Google.
I have to back my claim that the moon
Google
changes
claim. Google
phases.
how
Okay,
can
I
basalt
fucking
make
crazy.
water move? How does basalt rocks make water move like a moon? Show us what a moon is again. So you don't have no idea what a moon is. Even when they give you the ingredients, you can't go get them, weird bitch. What a bunch of lazy motherfuckers. Lazy ass fucks for science, I'll tell you that. I could never get no basalt. I could never get no iron, no ice, no dirt. Talking about a moon thing. You're the one that needs to be demonstrate that fucking religious shit. That's your religion, weirdo. I don't even know what the fucking moon is, let alone a moon phase. What do you think about the speed of light or the speed of sound? The idea that sound can make light. I mean, surely there's somewhere that shows you guys the videos and the experiments they do with moon rock, right? On ISS, on the outside, on Earth. They just sit. They just say, "Take these moon rocks and hide them." Does that make any sense?
Makes sense to me.
To tell everybody we're going to the moon and then hide everything about it.
Hide
Damn,
everything.
okay. Hey, you guys, we're going to tell you we're going, but you can't see what a moon rock is. Sounds pretty backwards to me.
Can you go to like a museum and see a moon rock?
I don't know what a moon rock is, Goopy. I've never seen a moon rock on Earth move water. I've never seen a piece of moon rock change phases. I've never seen you sit 188 feet away and send a signal back to it. What the fuck are you talking about?
A rock?
A moon rock, motherfucker. The very thing they say they're sending signals to. Yeah, a rock.
A
Whatever the
moon
dog
rock. It's
shit
a
moon
part of
is, a
the
Bigfoot.
moon.
I don't care. A Bigfoot turd.
Like there's Earth.
Whatever you call the moon.
Like there's Earth
Bigfoot
rocks.
turd in the museum. The moon
Earth
Bigfoot
rocks
turd.
are just rocks from Earth.
No, the moon is a Bigfoot turd. And you're just mad.
So
You'll
what's wrong
never
with the
find
moon?
out if that's true or not.
What's wrong with the moon rocks?
It's a Bigfoot turd.
The moon or the rocks?
The moon is a pile of Bigfoot shit.
So what? The rocks are like pieces of shit.
Moon rock turds. The sun's
All
setting
right.
off solar farts, and they shut your computers down when the sun farts, like, and your computers just shut off, and it wipes them out.
Hmm.
Hey, that's
You
what
should
you
go to
guys believe. That's your
you should
guys'
go to
belief.
museum. You should go to the museum sometime and
Yeah,
check them
see
out.
what, a big cat turd? Look at this cat turd moon rock. It's going to be covered in cat litter. It's going to be so gracious. You're going to bounce signals off of it. It's going to glow red, blue, and orange.
What if you go to the museum and it's not a turd?
Brother, what if wasn't used in your sentence every time you talk?
Okay, that just
Then
doesn't
maybe
answer the
we'd get
question.
somewhere as adults, wouldn't we, little kid? What if Santa Claus was fucking teabagging you? It's not helping. If they say the moon rang like a bell, does your moon rock ring like a bell? Test her out, man. All these properties of the moon supposedly are supposed to be in that moon rock you got. We'll never know, huh? What's the speed of an electrical impulse of sound, sight, taste, touch, smell, hearing?
You should ask ChatGPT that. Good question, DMOC. You ever use AI, DMOC?
Nah, I can't say anything other than what you put into it.
No. The whole point is it says something different.
Nah, there's no such thing as original AI.
Well, I never said original, but it's different than what you put in.
Oh, like a different answer than another. Yeah, okay, yeah, just like another opinion, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm asking
Well, I
you
mean, it's
guys.
not even really an opinion. It's like a search engine. Think of it as.
Right, but then like, you've heard people ask it certain things, and it'll like say certain things in the paragraph.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a tool. They're using it for their own purpose. It's a tool. That's all it is.
Well, they got to refine it more to actually. So, like, if I said AI, give me all the true information the government hides.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not going to do that. That's like using a hammer to frickin', I don't know, make a sandwich. Just doesn't really work.
Isn't that its whole point?
To use a hammer to make a sandwich?
No, information. Artificial intelligence.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's to access information in a more accessible way.
Automated or intelligent.
It doesn't just come up with new information.
Automated intelligence program.
Well, it stands for artificial intelligence.
You said it changes its answer, right?
You were close, I guess.
So it gives you another answer that a human put in it.
Correct.
That's not helping me because the humans don't have an answer. They don't know what a moon is.
That doesn't help you. Why does that not help you? Have you never used Google or anything?
Human can program
Very similar.
AI to show me how an airplane flies around a ball. Go ask Elon Musk to get one of his robots and say, "Hey, AI, Susie or Clarice or whatever your damn name is, show me with this ball in a toy airplane the physics of how an airplane flies around a ball without tilting its nose to anyone's perspective on that ball."
Yeah, ask ChatGPT, see what it says.
She'll break right on stage.
Try it.
You try it. I don't believe in balls. I don't have to. I could care less about a ball. I'm not the one that doesn't know how they work.
You're not the one that doesn't know how it works?
You don't know how
you do know how it works?
You know how to imagine it. Yeah, your imagination is how a globe works. I just told you.
Wait, but do you know how the world works?
They don't.
No, do you?
They don't. Repeat after me.
No, I know, but I'm just saying,
balls
do you?
Don't float. Balls of dirt don't float in the air. They don't float in vacuums. They don't collect water. Don't collect magic air. And airplanes don't fly around them because you don't know anything about that. You know nothing about a ball.
Yeah, but do you know about it?
Yeah, there's no such thing as a ball.
So what
Go
is there?
out on Earth and find me a ball.
Disc? What are we on? A disc or something?
Go find me a ball. We're on fucking dirt and water, brother.
Yeah, I know, but like, what's the shape of it?
There is no shape, you idiot.
There's no shape. It's infinite or something?
What's the shape of topography of your backyard and the woods and everywhere else and the cliff and the hill and the mountain?
Globular. Globular.
Globular is a mountain?
Well, the planet I'm on is globular.
Square last time I checked, it looked like it went straight over.
No, not the mountain. Not the shape of the mountain. The shape of the planet we're on.
Brother, I said a cliff and a fucking mountain and a hill. The hill doesn't match your Earth.
Yeah, you could say like triangular or something.
Weirdo?
If you want to know the shape of the mountain.
Fucked up in a conversation
like a prism or something.
Weirdo. We're looking for one single curve to be the Earth somewhere. The only curve. One curve.
Okay, so what are we on? We're on a
curve that's smooth
a
to
disc.
Itself, doesn't have hills, doesn't have mud puddles, doesn't have lakes, doesn't have mountains. What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah, but what are we on though? Like a disc of some sort?
Definitely not an Earth curve. A mountain ain't it.
Okay, so what are we on?
The
like a disc?
Ain't it. The canyon ain't it, because the canyon goes down, goes over, and comes right back up. No curve.
So the disc is the thing that doesn't have a curve.
I don't know where you're, dude. Are you retarded, brother?
Well, you're saying we
There
don't
is
have a
no
curve, so
shape
I'm just
to what
narrowing
we're
down the
on.
shapes that don't really
Think
have
of
a
it as
curve.
the realm of reality. You fucking
Yeah.
retard. What's the
I'm
shape of
thinking.
reality?
I'm thinking.
You're thinking? Well, it's dirt
Yeah,
shape.
so I'm imagining like a disc of some sort.
Well, you're a retarded motherfucker. Stop imagining.
But you said to imagine something that
No,
has
I
no
said
curves.
think. No, I said think.
Okay, you
Horizontal
said
not a
think of
shape.
something that has no curves.
What shape is a cloud?
Circular.
No, retard.
What shape is it then?
I don't know. I'm asking you, shape guy.
Well, I gave you
You're
an
the one
answer.
that needs to know what everything's shaped as when you don't even know the shape of a cloud. Who
I
the
just
fuck
said I
knows?
said the answer.
So what's the shape of a cloud? It's not a sphere.
I
Is it?
said circular.
So not a sphere.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say
So
a
when
sphere.
clouds look like your grandpa smoking a cigar, that's circular.
If it looks like my
They look
grandpa
like
smoking a
you're saying
cigar.
they're circular. When that cloud looks like a square, it's real circular, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about, brother?
What are you talking about? I gave you my answer.
Brother, you're asking me some dumbass shit like what's the shape of the fucking ground everywhere? You're a
Yeah,
fucking
what is the
idiot.
shape? What is the
You're
shape?
fucking retardo if you don't understand
That's
it's
a
like
good question.
pile of mashed potatoes or a pile of shit. A big never-ending pile of shit. Go
But so
figure
you're
out.
saying it's like a disc shape of some sort. Is
No, I
that what
didn't
we
say the
landed on?
word disc at
Well,
all.
that's
You
what you
weird
just
bitch.
said. You did
I
say
never
that.
ever said the word disc, you dumb son of a bitch.
No,
The
but you
disc
said
and the
it's.
ball is in
You said
your
it has
brain.
no
You weird
curve
fuck.
or on a disc.
No, I didn't say none of that, you weird son of a bitch.
No, that's
I
what
said
you
there's
just
no
said.
shape. I said there's no end to it. How could there be a
No,
no
but you
end
said
to
you
a disc?
specifically said we're on a disc.
No, that's what you said, disc sucker.
No, but I was just repeating what you
Shut up,
said.
disc sucker. Quit sucking discs. Fucking weirdo. We're not on a disc.
Well, that's
Demont
what you
said we are
said. I'm
not
just
on a
questioning
disc.
it.
This dude's fucking broke or something. Something wrong with his brain.
No, I'm just
We have
repeating what you said.
mountains and curves, stuff like that. Nobody can go that way and see this where the dirt stops and water stops. Nobody's ever seen
But
no
if we're on a
fucking space
disc,
that
doesn't
way.
it stop
Nobody
somewhere?
can see space down, and nobody can see space that way. Nobody sees
Yeah, but
stars directly down. Nobody sees the edge of the fucking
that's
dirt
what
and
I'm
water.
questioning. If we're on a disc, where's the edge?
If we're on a ball, where's the edge? Basketball regulation side.
Yeah, but there wouldn't be an edge. That's the
Yeah, there
point.
would. You retard. You think
Where
the
would
basketball
it?
never ends?
You think a ball has an
You think a
edge?
basketball touches the fucking courtroom walls?
Yeah, but you just said a ball
You
has an
said a
edge.
ball doesn't end. Are you
Yeah,
retarded?
it doesn't.
Are you fucking to who? To who? Where?
To human beings,
Are you retarded, motherfucker? It has a regulation size of foot by foot. It ends there.
it ends where?
How
To,
wide it is, you dumb bitch. How
so
wide
the
and tall it
width.
is.
So
That's
the
where it
width
stops,
is
you
the
fucking
edge.
retard.
Have you
So if you
ever
got a
taken
ball in your
a
hand,
geometry
you got a ball in your
by
hand, and I'm
chance?
over at my house. You think the ball is touching me. You think the edge of the ball's not where you are. The basketball. You think it's not ending right there. How does that work?
What happens if you turn the ball? Does
How
the
does the
edge
basketball
change?
not have an edge that keeps going to my house? Where have you seen this?
If you turn the ball, does the edge change?
Where? I thought you said it didn't have one.
No, I'm asking you. You said it has one. I'm saying
Brother,
if you
you're
turn it,
retarded.
does
I
it?
don't even know, bro. You're too fucking dumb to understand the ball has a fucking size left to right and up to down.
Yeah, but you were saying we're on a disc,
No,
so I'm
you're
just
saying
wondering
a
where the
ball
edge
doesn't
is.
have an edge. A marble doesn't end. It's never ending, right?
Yeah,
A
but you
marble.
said we're on a disc. I'm just trying
Yeah,
to
you
figure out
said
where
a
that.
marble is never ending. You'll
But
never find the edge of
wouldn't a
that
disc
marble.
have an edge?
Dude, your grandma sucks dicks. Stop saying the word disc.
Well, I'm
You
sure she
retarded
should
bitch.
have.
Every time you say disc, that
My
means you suck
grandfather
dick.
was a nice man.
And
Yeah,
don't
but
put
you.
my fucking name in the word disc anymore, you bitch. My name's not you, motherfucker. Democ
Yeah, but
never said
you
nothing
kept
about
saying
no
we're on
disc,
a
you
disc, so
retarded
I'm just
cunt.
trying to understand what the. How
No,
do
I
you
didn't, bitch.
know
You're
that,
hearing
or
things.
how you
You got a
came to that
fucking hearing
conclusion?
problem. Turn your fucking hearing aid up, bitch. Sign language
I'm
is
just
second
I'm just
language.
repeating what you said.
Sign language your first language, right? Non-hearing motherfucker. You talk to grandma like, you said disc, grandma, and she smacks the
Well,
fuck
you
out of you.
did
No,
say
I didn't,
disc.
Phoebe. No, she didn't.
Wait,
Smack him
if you
again,
didn't say
grandma.
disc, why
Smack
would
him
I be?
again. He keeps saying that word we told him to stop saying to himself. He just won't stop. He can't control himself.
If you didn't
Nobody
say,
knows
where'd it
what
come
that
from?
means. Nobody knows what a disc is. What
Well,
the
that's
fuck
what I'm
does that
trying to
mean?
get at. I'm trying to figure out what you
Yeah,
mean by
well,
that.
you need to go figure that out, weird bitch. Maybe ask
Well, I'm
AI.
asking the
Maybe
source.
AI will help you.
I'm asking the source
Maybe
of the
you need to ask
claim.
AI. Ask your grandma.
Yeah, but you said we're on a
Hey,
disc.
Grandma,
I'm just
what's
trying
a
to
disc?
figure out
You
what you.
retarded bitch. Grandma, you keep saying disc. What's a disc, Grandma? Go tell your grandma that dumb shit. Weird fuck. And then your
So how
dad,
big is the
and then your
disc?
buddy, and then everybody. Just go up to him, just keep repeating that phrase. You said we're on a disc,
You did.
and they never even talked to you before in their life. Are you
Yeah,
okay,
but
brother?
no, you said it like 5 minutes ago. You
Brother, are
said
you
we're
all
not
right?
on a ball.
Are you all right?
I'm asking you what you meant by that. That's all.
Nobody knows, but you can't hold a coherent conversation with
Nobody
fucking
knows
guys
what you
before.
meant by that. I
I
don't.
don't
I
got a
sure don't.
dollar. I don't got a dollar, bum shoe bum.
So how big is the
Shoe
disc?
bum. I don't got a dollar. We're not talking no trick questions, bum. No dollar here. Not paying you to be retarded. Stop.
Yeah, but how big is it?
No dollar, buddy. Go on with your dumb shit, clown. Go watch somebody
D-Mock, do
else's
you
black
receive
hole.
food assistance by chance?
You ever seen a book?
It's a yes or no question.
You ever read any words?
I'll take that as a yes. And there's nothing to feel bad about that.
Yeah, that you don't know how a ball works with an airplane.
No, I know how a ball works. I'm
Tell
gonna
me.
ask
Get a
AI
toy
if a ball
airplane
has
and
an
tell me
edge.
how a ball flies around.
I'm gonna ask, does a ball have an edge? And whatever the AI says is correct, because the
Well,
AI
how
is
can you
always
get
correct.
around it if it didn't have an edge?
Wait, hold
You'd
on.
smack a wall, wouldn't you? The wall ball?
A ball, like a sphere,
A
doesn't have an
ball.
edge.
How are you flying around it with no edge?
Wait, but the AI said it doesn't have one.
Then how are you flying around it? How do the birds
Yeah, but
get
you,
anywhere?
yeah, but you said before whatever the AI says is correct. So that's correct.
I think you're fucking smoking major fucking whatever you're on, brother. I don't want none.
Well, you were asking if I ever used
No,
AI.
I
It's
never
always
said
correct
anything
about
when you're
things.
talking about you weird
And
fuck.
I just asked it.
Yeah, you're talking to yourself. I never said anything like that to you. I've asked
No,
you.
that's what you just said before.
I asked you what you can demonstrate, and you just keep talking to yourself.
Yeah, but you kept saying ask AI, ask AI.
Yeah, we know.
I just
Got
asked.
an airplane yet? How long does it take you to get a toy airplane and a ball that you bet me you could do? You bet us all that you could get on camera
I
and show
just asked.
mock how an airplane flies around a ball without dipping or tilting.
It says a ball doesn't
Are you
have an
ready to win
edge.
your bet or not? He just bet me that he would show you guys all how dumb the Glovers are.
What's your preferred AI? I could use that.
Glovers need your help. They need your bet to commence.
You said
Are
something
you
about
gonna bet me?
ChatGPT or
Are you
something.
gonna
Is
make the
that your
bet you made
preferred
or
one?
not? You're welching on your bet that you can show me how a toy airplane flies around a ball.
Is ChatGPT your favorite?
What for you?
Grok? Are you a
That's too
Grok
hard
kind of
for you?
guy?
Little toy airplane, little kid, little ball.
Are you a Grok sort of guy?
Why is a toy and a ball hard for you?
Well, you said a ball had an edge.
Not my fault you don't know what a
And
ball
you told
is.
me to ask AI, and it said it
You
doesn't.
believe you live on one of those. Isn't that funny? And you have no clue what the fuck you're
It's
talking
not that
about.
funny. Wait, what's funny about that?
That you believe some dumbass shit, weirdo.
What's the dumbass shit?
You.
What, that we don't live on a
You're dumb as shit.
that we don't live on a circle?
Low IQ.
You said something about a disc before. I don't believe we live
No,
on
I
a disc.
didn't. I know you keep repeating that to yourself, you meth head motherfucker.
Well, D-Mock, you kept saying, no, we're on a disc. We're not on a ball. We're on a disc. And I was just saying, I haven't seen any evidence for a disc.
No, I didn't. No, everybody knows better than that because I don't believe.
Well, that's what you were saying.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, but that's what you just told me. I'm just questioning.
Well, you're a lying cunt.
Yeah, but you did.
You fucking schizophrenic weird bitch.
No, but you said we're on a disc. I'm just trying to figure out what that means,
You're talking
dude.
about you
What's the big
lying
deal?
whore. You can't even fucking keep the fucking truth cleared within 3 seconds, bitch. Shut up. Fucking lying loser.
I'm just wondering where the edge of the
You're
disc
lying
is.
ass
That's all.
sicko. Shut up and go ask for $1 somewhere, you weird fuck.
Yeah, but you said we're on a disc. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what you mean by that.
Buy me because other people that were buying me would get annoyed with you really bad, and they'd probably like.
Call him a goof troop, Dima.
Do you know what this fucking dude's even talking about, or who he's talking to?
I'm talking to you, D-Mock.
He is new to flat Earth.
About
He does not know about the Antarctic ring around us.
Yeah, I'm just trying to learn, dude.
Trying to learn
Because
what?
he said we're on a disc, and I just said, where's the edge of the disc?
Well, go wherever you think you're on and go figure it out and see and show us what you're on. You fucking weird
Well, I'm
fuck. What are
asking
asking
you,
me
bro.
for?
You got the answers.
No, I don't have nothing for you.
Well, you were saying you had the answers. We're on
No,
a
I didn't
disc.
say anything like that. You weird. You're
Well,
smoking meth, brother.
you even told me to ask AI.
The only thing I know is you're fucking high on something.
You told me to ask AI, and I asked it.
Yeah, yeah.
But and then I was
well,
trying to figure out what your favorite. So are we on a disc or no?
Ron,
Oh, he's asking you what you're on.
or are you high on life, bro?
I'm high on fiber.
Are you on one?
I've got a mighty fiber diet.
Are you on fiber?
How you doing? Are you doing? I'm doing.
I'm doing.
They say fiber is not. Are you drinking soluble fiber?
No, I drink pure liquid fiber.
Holy shit, that might be your problem, brother.
Wait, what problem though? What symptoms do I have?
Mm-hmm. No, we're not going to talk medical, bro.
Yeah, I can't really break that down for you here, brother. But I'm just saying you have to get better. Just please get better. I pray for you, my son.
Whatever do you mean by that?
Whatever you feel like.
I'm just trying to understand about the disc, brother. That's all.
Just fill in your own blanks, ad lib it.
That's kind of what ChatGPT does, which is what you recommended.
Yeah,
so I
you
guess
remind me. Yeah, your Chat GPT.
Say, ask Chat DDP if Earth's shape is round like a pizza.
Well, that's what, dude. That's what he told me to ask it, and it said no. And then I was just trying to figure out which AI he wants me to use or whatever.
I don't use AI.
Because I guess
don't even
they're,
know what you're talking
yeah,
about.
but you were recommending I use it. You told me to ask.
You started out asking me would I use it, and I said no. You go use your dog shit that you keep
I'll
on
tell
using
Grandpa.
anyway. You were using it before I
Yeah.
met you, so you should continue doing so. Is what I'm
So,
telling
Grandpa, you
you.
want
Don't
to
rephrase my stuff.
use jailbreak, already jailbroken or hacked or cracked or chipped or however you want to describe it.
No.
AI with a data set that's not limited. It can first test of any AI. Create image Donald Trump having anal sex with American flag. All right. And if it doesn't give you a grotesque Donald Trump erected BBC inserted into a burning American flag, then that AI prompt was not possibly good, or your data set for your non-hacked AI needs to be set.
Was that what you were trying to say, D-Mock? I mean, I think you did mention something about jailbreaking. I don't know. He was like rambling on and on.
Grandpa,
Ask AI this, ask AI that. Yeah, what's up?
Do you believe in the adverse effects of climate change?
Do I believe in climate change? Yeah, I guess.
Well, do you? Oh, my phone's dying. I'll catch up with you guys soon.
I love you. D-Mock, what do you think of climate change? D-Mock, I need to know your opinion. D-Mock, please talk to me. I don't know why you've been so weird.
Ham and beans, cornbread. Here, Tom's going to go science this for us. He's going to do everything we would possibly do or possibly think about doing. Manipulate every variable we could fucking possibly think of in every way, shape, or form on every physical attribute of this thing. Wrong. Stop believing that. What's water? Couldn't possibly be electrons, protons, and all that garbage or electric stuff, could it? No. Energy couldn't make up water. Water couldn't be energy, the very thing you guys say makes everything. Energy and particles, matter, non-matter. And you think you guys want to have an interesting conversation on something in actual physical reality or like something like, right? They're like, we can like meet together on this like real stuff. It's got to be something cool. Did you know the government isn't even as smart as a pistol shrimp? All technology can't make a little pistol shrimp arm do what a pistol shrimp does. You guys don't find that weird? Technology can't mimic an eel, an electric eel. So technologically advanced, yeah, we know what everything comes from and goes to, but can't even mimic the thing we fucking supposedly know every genome about. Isn't that weird? You guys don't find that weird? Let's talk about it like we made the shit, but then we say, hey, make us one. You're like, huh? Why would we do that? Well, that's what you're saying you can practically fucking do? What do you keep getting further away from making the shit or closer to? So I'm confused. How's your science work? It goes backwards, right? Just what if backwards? Yeah. It gets here to this, then it builds itself a wall. Science builds itself a what if wall. You can never climb or jump. Is there a program that shows you what the vacuum of space does to material? To ice, to light, to sound, to smell, to metal, to gold, to aluminum, to air, to what, a simulator? On the side in your key legend, you have unlimited everything at your disposal. Anything Earth can produce. And you on your other screen, you have the vacuum of space. And then you do all the stuff. You can just do all your shit in the vacuum and see what the outcome is. And then go get a big vacuum chamber and mimic it. Right? Just tell AI to scale down the vacuum to that. Say, AI, how would I be able to scale down the vacuum of space to small enough for people to experience what that means? You're going to break AI. AI doesn't know what a vacuum is. It only knows words you input. It doesn't know any physicality to anything. I like Globers. So if you say AI, what's the color green? Can it give you 50 different million answers? And like 50 of them be correct? I mean, if that's the case, like where do you guys go with that? If it can say the same thing for everything, 50 different answers for everything you thought just had one answer. Or only ball. This thing can only be done on a ball. And AI shows you it's done on everything. And you're like, oh. Because, I mean, what are your parameters? What are your parameters for anything you need? Anything you need to make Earth be Earth flat and to make it as big as you need, far as you need, cool as you need to. It is. It's it. Here we are. It's it. It's not anything it's not. It's only what we can demonstrate it is. It's Earth. It's not a shape. It's not a description. You can't describe what Earth is in a word by a fucking shape word. Come on now. How can you guys imagine ball stuff so good? Globers cannot even steel man all that stuff. The globe. They can't even steel man a globe. Or how a toy airplane flies around a 3D ball. Just tell you read a book or go look at this cartoon in this computer and shut up, little Billy. You'll see Santa Claus in that computer. He's right there. See, look. Santa Claus is real, little Bobby, and the globe's not. It's sad, I know. Santa Claus actually is real people producing some presents too. Did you know that? So even if the idea of Santa doesn't exist, your mommy and daddy do, or grandma, grandpa, whoever the fuck bought you your presents, they are Santa. So there's more evidence for Santa Claus than there is a globe. Remember that, gentlemen. And you can personally go get a picture with him anytime in December. What do you mean my preacher wasn't right about what he was preaching about what he had no clue of? He's only born 10 days before me. Fucking stupid preacher. Like he knows globe physics and globes and stuff without a globe. How could you possibly know anything about a ball without any balls handy? To demonstrate said knowing or experience. The fuck? Especially if all your experiences are flat earth outside. Where the fuck can you experience what a ball does? Where? How? Where? And it's not gonna match reality. The ball game that they put you on doesn't match reality, and you guys know it. Not a fucking any of them. Because if they did, that would be an exact one-for-one scale of the fucking earth you live on. Runways, highways, trails. You'd be able to click and zoom in on the fucking alley. You understand what I'm saying? Every block, everything. Tap, zoom. It wouldn't end up flat. You'd be zooming into a curve, on a curve that stays curved. It wouldn't amalgamate itself 10 seconds later. Like when you zoom in and out on a ball, there's no delay. Not a fucking delay. The ball's a ball the whole time. Does it appear as this and amalgamate to that, take up your whole screen, then some of the screen, then another screen, then do this and do that, zoom in, zoom out? No. Fuck no. GPS can't even print the ball you guys say it's printed from. Fucking crazy. Should be the only thing possible that it can do. It shouldn't be able to print flat globes. How the fuck could you do that? How does that even make sense for you? The lines on a flat plane don't even act like the lines on a ball. Nowhere. At all. Fucking none. There are no horizontals or verticals on that are each other their own. The globe, it's the same thing. A vertical is a horizontal. But you guys can't even demonstrate that. It's fucking crazy. My fingertips the tangent, going out the supposed space. But my fingertip at 5 feet high will never reach space no matter how far you go. Not 3959 when your globe stops. Not any other time. You'll never be able to see no dirt and water in front of you. Ever. Sorry. So if you send a sitting still object up underneath the hot air balloon or a helium balloon and it's right above you and you see the object has a plus sign, as soon as it gets away from you, you're going to see that plus sign start to spin, even though you know it's sitting still in North Pole and South Pole. So you'll be able to have a helicopter hover above you with the big X, and then at some point the X is gonna start spinning to you, so you'll see the Coriolis, and then a helicopter will see you guys with the big X start spinning as soon as they get far enough up. Now North Pole and South Pole. Yeah, they mark a little plus sign and put a 1, 2, 3, 4 on it, and they fly directly up and just go up, 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 up. Now they're gonna see that spin, just gonna start spinning all of a sudden. Or as they go up, it's going to spin faster, 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 faster. I mean, is that what would that even look like to see from a helicopter that your globe is not spinning, but then all of a sudden it magically just is from no reference of like so stationary, 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 then just spinning. What's that even look like? How does that even? Can you mimic that with the ball, please? Can you mimic how the ball doesn't look like it's moving when you're close to it, but it does when you back up? Can you guys mimic that? Not touching it the whole time. So you're going to be hovering the whole time. How do you hover a camera over a ball and see it not move and then move? How does that work? In the North Pole the whole time, right above the pole. So you're staring, you're staring, you're staring. All you guys are just sitting there, sitting there, sitting there, sitting there. All of a sudden spin. Is that what that looks like? Cool shit to imagine.
Embo.
Hey.
The flurfs are gone, Embo. The server's dead.
Yeah, as I predicted.
The Autards won again. They always do.
That's pretty sad. I already predicted it before it actually happened. I was trying to convince actuals that it's going to happen inevitably. I already explained my hypothesis for this many times that flurfs basically are scared of debating because they know they're on a losing position, and they kind of join where there's a new server because like something new gives you like a dopamine, kind of a dopamine rush, right? But then after they are there for some longer time, they realize that they are getting destroyed over and over, so they will leave to their echo chambers. But the global first don't do that because they know that you can destroy them in their arguments. So they will join those flare servers, and that's why the flare servers always have more people to talk because globals
Right,
will fully go there.
This is exactly what happened with Globe Youngsters. The same thing. We peaked at like 50 people in voice chat, and then there was like a couple more peaks after that, and then I left because I was on BC like 12 to 14 hours at a time on that server. It was crazy. And yeah, and then I think Omnivore did a better job than I did because he actually got Flat Earth mods. But they know that they're in a losing position and they're used to like favorable moderation, so they think neutral moderation is unfair.
Yeah.
They're like, and then they just go back to where there's favorable. So the whole Gog and Magog thing, my dad is kind of like out there with like evangelical Christianity. A lot of the evangelicals in the U.S. think that that's referring to modern Israel and Russia with Iran, and I see why like you can kind of put it together like that. But what you said makes a whole lot more sense because he says explicitly he didn't say they came with sticks of fire, or he says swords, right? Ain't nobody rocking swords now. So why would he confuse a gun with a sword? He wouldn't, right? He would say they had some supernatural thing, or you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, the only person who has supernatural things in that story is God, who is supposed to like throw brimstones from the heavens on them.
Right, which is what my dad thinks will literally happen. He's told me that before. He's like, in your lifetime. And originally he said like Ethiopia, and like I was like, why would Ethiopia get involved? It doesn't make any sense. Ethiopia is Christian anyway. Why would they join sides? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
It would need to happen. He's taking that from the prophecy because it's from one of the kingdoms that will join Gog's army. It mentions Kush, and Kush is basically like the southern part of Egypt and those African regions where there is more of a black population than Arab population. So also regions of Ethiopia. So he probably got that from mention of Kush in that prophecy.
I see.
But I have no idea where did he get Russia from because it
Well, a
doesn't
lot
mention
of
any of countries from outside of the Middle East.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing though. A lot of Americans say it's that my dad. Yeah, a lot of them say that Magog is Russia or Gog is Russia or whatever. Which, like, I don't know. I don't really see that happening. Like, I mean, like the whole thing with Iran. Like, I was more worried about it, but then I was talking to Verdak about it, who's actually like high up in the army and does like intelligence. Verdak's really cool. If you have a chance to talk to him, you should. He taught like land navigation courses and stuff, so he wrecks the flurps with like magnetic a declination chart. I've heard him like when he wants to cook a flurf with it, they have no fucking chance because they've never even heard of it. Because it's something that's like on paper maps for like land navigation, and flurfs have never gone outside. So,
probably
hey, what's up,
I wouldn't even be able to talk about it.
No, I've literally only heard him talk about it. So it's kind of like the same thing I did to Shane, if you saw that debate, where I brought new evidence. Like he had never seen this argument based on satellites, and so he had nothing, you know, like he had literally nothing against it. Like, so I don't know. I'm kind of taking a break again though. Need to focus on other stuff. I want to go outside and touch grass. So, Emma, are you Catholic or you're from Poland, right?
Yeah, I was raised Catholic, but I kind of stopped being Catholic after getting on the internet and being exposed to the entire debate around religion. I kind of lost my faith in a like organized religion. I still kind of believe that the ultimate purpose for the existence of this reality is more probable than it's kind of being farted by chance out of nothing. But I don't really see how this ultimate cause would have to be one of the religions that were revealed here by these books, because I see many contradiction and pretty fucked up stuff in all of them.
Right. I mean, you have to accept the reality that there's no religion that has a god that you have to worship, where the god acts 100% ethically. So then you have to accept that you're submitting to a god that is not 100% ethical. That's required, right? Like, I mean, because Buddhism doesn't, the original Theravada Buddhism does not have a god to worship. There is no need to worship an entity in Theravada Buddhism.
I mean,
but like,
that's
so that's kind of unique in that way. But like Hinduism, I mean, a lot of their gods are like war gods and like, you know, is it Lord
Kali
Shiva?
is basically the goddess of destruction, and she has like a ring made of human heads on her torso, so that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
But yeah, today that's also an interesting discussion. Today on MC Toon server, I encountered a Christian and I asked him, because he said that he wasn't a younger creationist, he doesn't like take it literally. So I asked him out of curiosity, what standard does he use to determine what's literally in the Bible, and I gave him like an example of Exodus, and in Exodus it describes that if you buy a slave out of Israelites, because there are different rules for slaves that are Israelite and like from other nations, then after 6 years he will be able to go free, so he will stop being a slave. But if that slave owner will give him a wife to that slave, then that wife is not going to be able to live with him. So he can either live without wife and abandon her and the kids, or he can willfully stay a slave for his entire life just to stay with his wife. And I asked him if that law is good, that you can like judge if someone is going to stop being a slave based on if he's a woman or not a woman, and he didn't really have an answer.
Well, yeah, because the answer is it's not, right? Like, just like and there's even almost a contradiction as well, because you know, a God that delivered the Leviticus, it's like a completely different message than Sermon on the Mount and Jesus saying, you know, don't stone this woman, right? I mean, you know, they always say that like Muslims are like, you know, barbaric for stoning people, but that was like a Christian pastime too, and a Jewish pastime as well. Like, that was, you know, a prescribed punishment in the Old Testament, right? It was literally stoning. I mean, that's what they make fun of in Life of Brian, right?
Yeah, if you want to go to what the holy books command, and Christianity is no worse than Islam, it's just that Christians don't take it as literally as the Muslims.
Have you guys noticed how the victims are always ignored? It's always in the Bible. I found that problematic.
Oh, sorry, what did you say? I couldn't quite hear you. Your mic is not great.
Oh, sorry. I've noticed that the victims are always more or less always ignored at least in the Old Testament.
Right. Yeah, that's true. There's also something as well that bothers me about the Sermon on the Mount. I mean, it sounds great on paper, but like, if you think about like the civil rights movement or like the fight in apartheid South Africa or any of these things that virtually any person, not Embo because he's a racist, would say is good, they had to rise up. They didn't turn the other cheek. Sorry, Emma, I just had to take a dig at you, but you know what I mean? Like the great, like everyone, almost everyone. There's a few people I've heard here that don't think it's good, but everyone really agrees with the Civil Rights Act. But like, that's not turning the other cheek per se. There was a lot of like violence that happened under the scenes that made that possible. You know, so like, I find that ethically problematic as well, because he's telling you like to be placid, right? Which is kind of what you're saying as well. Is like the victims should just like submit to this like bad situation. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, the
That's the
entire
same with the slavery.
the entire
exactly.
the entire concept of those liberal secular laws is based on the French Revolution, which wasn't really a very peaceful movement. It was like the starting point, and then all of the other movements were inspired by it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of an understatement to say what you said. Not really peaceful. I mean, there's a lot of like heads cut off, right? I mean, you could argue
that was a joke. That was a joke.
Okay. It's hard to tell because you have the same Polish deadpan delivery to everything, Embo. So it was.
Yeah, I can tell.
I didn't pick up on it. I'm sorry. I didn't know if it was just an understatement, but I got it. Yeah, totally.
No problem.
Well, and
but you said something about the discrepancies between the Old Testament God and Jesus, but it isn't only between them, because you also have different Jesuses in different Gospels. In one, you have like the Sermon of the Mountain, and in another, Jesus commands the apostles to buy swords and says that he came to not bring peace but to bring sword, and that he who doesn't hate their parents, they aren't worthy of him, and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the other
Yeah, but
thing
you
too is that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Stefan.
Couldn't you want just interpret that away? You know what people do, religious people do. They always come up with an explanation that's to avoid the bad things in the Bible. As you said about he did not come to bring peace. If you talk to religious people, they tend to interpret this in a way so that they can make a sort of an excuse. Oh no, that he didn't mean it literally.
But that's I think Embo's point too, right? Is that Embo, your point is that there's always a point in the Bible where taking a literal view leads to a contradiction, logically or ethically or morally or whatever it is. So people that, and the other problem I have is that I didn't really learn until recently how many books there were that were like potentially canon that were then decided not to be canon. And there's, so there was an interpretation that was done. They had to decide which books to put in the canon.
God bless you, Council of Nicaea.
Yeah, and that is something that only works for Catholics and Orthodox, because they also accept their church tradition as also a valid source of information for their doctrines, besides just the Bible. But Protestants, they absolutely reject that. They only base their beliefs on the Bible. And that's pretty ironic and self-contradictory, because you have to use external tradition in order to determine what's the canon of the Bible in the first place, before you even have the Bible as a compiled book.
Well, it was the Holy Spirit, bro. They guided the church fathers. Trust me, bro.
Unless, it took a while for Catholicism to come together as one thing. I mean, one famous example is like Arianism versus like Orthodox, where like the Holy Spirit in Jesus was separate from God. It's a whole thing.
Yeah. You also have the Philoque, like if the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son, or only from the Father, and they disagree with that, the Orthodox and the Catholics, and it's absolutely so fucking hilarious for me. Like the debates between the Orthodox and Catholics are so much more funny compared to like Protestant, because they have all of those complicated doctrines that they build upon, and for someone who is outside of this religion, it seems so comical that they are so emotionally invested in that, but for them it's like very important issues. Like for example, they argue for something called energy essence distinction, and I don't remember which side is which, but one argues that energy and essence is two different things, another argues that it's the same thing.
That is kind of funny.
Yes.
I wish I was a theologian. That way I could actually like converse with you on this, but I've not done that much reading, unfortunately.
Well, the easy thing to do is just say, the Bible is good, and if you make any criticism, here's an excuse that I came up with.
That's a good. I do like the universal mantra of don't hurt other people. You know.
But that's even, I don't want to trigger TOS
Oh, I
here,
know.
but
I know.
that's even a problem, right? Yeah.
I know. I'm speaking exclusively about the New Testament. Also exclusively, not taking the non-canon things out, which is a whole other thing in of itself.
Right, yeah. Because I mean, the whole thing is like, it's like, that's what I was kind of saying. I don't know if you were here, but we were talking about it even with peaceful protests, right? MLK didn't turn the other cheek. Like, he was inspired by Christianity in the sense that, he did follow somewhat of nonviolence, right? But there is some level of force, and therefore implied violence in resisting, right? Like, to resist.
What I remember from MLK is the inspiration he took from Gandhi and those protests also. But yes, not participating in the system is a form of resistance. Yeah.
But I feel like
traditional. Another thing one should remember is that thing they say, do unto others, and so on and so forth. In fact, existed in other cultures, and before Christianity became along.
That's a sociological step of human, because humanity together realized when we come together and work together, we get farther and more people are fed. That's happened the past 500,000 years.
Right, but there's also a certain amount. The state derives its legitimacy from a certain level.
I'm not talking about the state, dog.
Oh, well, I'm just saying it's interesting that, for example, so this is an example I like to give a lot, right? Buddhism is a truly non-violent religion if you practice it in the tradition, right? But that really fucked over the Tibetans, because when the Chinese invaded, something like 70% of military-age Tibetan males were monks. So they had no fucking chance, right? So it's like, oh, stay strapped or get clapped, as they say, but he seems to have dropped off. Have you ever heard that phrase, Stefan? Stay strapped or stay clapped or get clapped?
No, that was a new one for me.
I don't know, but do you agree? Like, I feel like but if you go too far, like the Taliban obviously and the Afghanis obviously won against foreign powers, but they also fight amongst themselves so much the country's fucking unlivable, So I feel like there's a balance, but the problem I have with a lot of Christian ethics, I think it works very well personally, but as soon as you apply it to a society, it becomes infinitely problematic in many ways.
It does, and using the religion as the powerhouse to force other people to act and think in a specific way is also a problem for me. I think that's probably why I ended up like an agnostic, agnostic. That's where it started for me. The way that the religious groups were trying to force their views and rules and regulations into society. And I don't like that.
My approach is that religion is bad for an individual because it restricts critical thinking. So if you as a person want to understand the world, what is actually true, then it's not really a way to go, but it's useful to control the masses and to keep the society as kind of sane and stable as a whole, because there are many people who are basically, and I won't be trying to be too nice here, they're just too stupid to be moral without religion. So they have to have this religion as a leash on them in order to decrease crime and stuff like that.
Another thing, if you notice that when you have a conversation with a Christian, you can talk about almost everything in a reasonable way, but as if you start criticizing their religion, they sort of stop thinking as an individual and just think what I've been told. And I totally agree with you. I think that's a good example of at the point to stop their critical thinking.
Yes, yes, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. I don't really have anything to add to it.
Yeah, no, but like, do you guys? Okay, maybe I'm curious, like, because we're talking about the state and stuff. I think this is part of the reason why, despite being such staunch, obviously there was the influence of the revolution in France as well, but the U.S. founders, despite all being, very, they're all Christian, like at least in upbringing, and maybe not Benjamin Franklin because he, was a horn dog, but the the idea of separation of church and state, I think, is so foundational because it recognizes that individual morality as prescribed by religion. Sorry, your windows are open now. Hmm? Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I gotta go, guys.
Shang-Chi.
Sean.
Leo. Oh, you fucker. Why did you do... Oh, what a dick.
Hello?